I thought you'd have been a star attraction, and there's nobody here.
That's all right.
Yes. We've got all your material, so thank you.
Great, and the rebuttal of Mr. Gascoigne's just been circulated this morning.
Yes,
so
we've got that before us. We've got it electronically, and we've got the map, and yeah, it's all ready to go.
Thank you. So I'm presenting legal submissions this morning for Te Awa Lakes, and important first of all just to tie in the ideas of HEN, Hoatu East North, and HES, Hoatu East South. And they're quite different as regards the planning position. So not planning to go through line by line in the legal submissions, but just to touch on some points as I go. The important thing with HEN is that there is an existing resource consent for removal of vegetation, and that's been touched on in many of the reports so far, seeking further information, and that's what is present in Mr. Gascoigne's evidence, and comes through in his rebuttal in terms of the implementation of that consent having commenced, being given effect to. And so there seems to be quite a consensus that if the vegetation in that area is consented to be cleared, then there's little point in mapping the area and that the SNA serves little purpose. So for HEN, Te Awa Lakes is seeking the outcome where there is alignment between the experts based on what's been presented so far, that SNA C59 regarding the pines as it relates to HEN be removed in its entirety, and that SNA C76 as it relates to HEN be removed to the extent that there is an existing consent for vegetation removal. And Mr. Gascoigne will show that map.
So he will clarify for us what that extent is, because that was one of the questions I had earlier this week, is what is the extent of the vegetation which is enabled to be removed by the consent, and does it depend on the conditions? Is there certainty? Because obviously we've got the rebuttal evidence from council saying, well, if it's guaranteed it's going to be removed, then we agree. So, yeah.
So yes, Mr. Gascoigne will cover the map of the areas, and he has the information on the consent in his evidence and check.
Thank you.
So if we pause there and move to HES, there's Te Awa Lakes is seeking a reduction in the area or the size of the SNA applied to HES. I had said that HES is not subject to the resource consent in the same manner. The map will actually show that there is a small part of HES that seems to be covered. But more broadly, I wanted to explore some of that hierarchy a bit more, because certainly yesterday we heard a lot about Section 6C of the RMA and the context that provides. And really important to emphasise the wording of Section 6C. It's concerned with areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. So those emphases on significant and Indigenous need to be kept in mind, particularly when we go through HCC's expert evidence, which talks a lot about concerns around incremental dilution of the city scale approach. Incremental reductions can have substantial effects, and the function of SNAs across the city. And there was a comment from in DOC's legal submissions that not all SNAs are equal, and similarly the whole city is not an SNA, not every tree is an SNA. There is in the Section 6C a very clear emphasis on significant and Indigenous. So there is an impression that arises from HCC's evidence that any area with any kind of potential ecological value should be maintained as it stands, regardless of whether it meets that threshold, because any site becomes cumulatively important. And while those concerns may have some validity from an ecological perspective, they're not what Section 6C is intended to address. It's concerned with significant areas as a factual exercise, not that incremental dilution or reduction across the city. particularly here where there's a consensus of expert evidence that the site is dominated by exotic trees, and that must affect its significance in terms of indigenous flora. Again, I just pause to note that questions were raised yesterday about FSNAs and CSNAs, and to my mind they were very good questions to ask, and there was a bit of discussion, I don't think quite answered clearly, about whether other councils take the same approach, and I didn't see any clear evidence on that. So when we look at a site dominated by exotics, we see here it's not actually significant, it's not largely indigenous, and yes, there are incremental aspects there, but that's not the test. There's also comment in the expert evidence that an SNA which meets at least one of the criteria can be considered significant, and submitted here that's not quite the right reading of section 6C, especially when case law emphasises that the factual assessment is necessary in the context of specific sites, compared to 6B, which talks about the quality of the landscape. There's something similar we're doing here when we're assessing a significant natural area. And the RPS criteria themselves do establish that meeting one of them may establish significance, but you need to overlay that factual assessment on top. Brief comment on the NPSIB, and I see that some submissions have emphasised that more than others, and again the discussion yesterday about whether there was any information on when it might come in, but it hasn't come in yet, is the important point there. It's clear that the district plan must give effect to the RPS, and really important that the criteria are understood properly and applied factually. And moving to paragraph 13 of the submissions, I note that there's comment in the section 42A report, but the timing is really important in the context of a factual assessment of the site. At the time of that report, a site visit had not yet occurred, and there's an express comment that there'd be a site visit later. So that site visit occurred, and then it's very clear that while SNAs have been identified in some way, the ground truthing has been actually the very last step in the process. And it would seem that with Te Awa Lakes, the ground truthing has happened after HCC has formed its views. And the importance of that ground truthing is absolutely critical, because that's when we have an acceptance of a reduction in SNA areas, not just in respect of this site, but in respect of others as well. So we then have a comment that comes through after the ground truthing that yes, we can reduce the SNA, not as much perhaps as Te Awa Lakes is seeking, but the ground truthing has a role, a very important role.
Were you here yesterday, Mr Gibbons, when Dr Forrett was providing her submissions?
No, I wasn't actually.
Okay. So one question I put to Dr Forrett, because she seemed to be advocating that we needed to take, or there needed to be site-specific evidence to justify inclusion of a site as an SNA. I'd be interested in your views on that. Do you, just picking up on your need for the ground truthing, etc., would you agree with that submission that in order to become an SNA on private land, there needs to be a site-specific assessment to meet those tests?
It's a very good question, because in the context of the sites I'm addressing this morning, they're both sites that have had extensive ecological assessment done because of an intention to develop in some way. And so it would be an unfortunate outcome in some ways if those who had gone to the trouble of doing more of that investigation were then found to be on the back foot compared to those who haven't. So I think I certainly think there's merit in Dr Forrett's submission there, but I don't think that takes away from the critical need to do that factual assessment on the site.
Do you make a distinction there in terms of what you might need to do with respect to a floristic SNA as opposed to a corridor SNA? I mean, arguably a fluorescent one, you could rely upon a recently flown aerial, for example, for giving you the definition that you might be looking for, perhaps.
Yes, although there's limits from what I can see to some of the aerials because they show greenery and not necessarily indigenous versus exotic. So helpful and I understand part of Dr. Forrett's concern as it's being relayed to me is around again that ground truthing and that element of factual assessment and potentially aspects of the methodology if I understand my reading of her submissions, which I didn't yet. So there are critical questions about the methodology that can be asked and they feed into needing to do that factual assessment and read it pretty carefully. So I suppose coming back to the question, yes, I think landowners across the city are entitled to a robust methodology, absolutely. And the concern that comes through is, earlier in the submission is that by trying to protect everything, or almost every tree on a citywide basis because it has incremental effects, we are getting very far away from what a significant natural area is supposed to be. So it can be acknowledged that the ecological evidence is of course focused on ecological concerns, but it has to fit within the legal framework, and that legal framework includes 6C, which I've talked about, and the criteria in the RPS. And again, there's emphasis that the site is dominated by large mature pines, dominated by non-indigenous species, and that's not quite what Section 6C says, that's not quite what the RPS says. The dominance of exotics is quite an important element of the factual assessment. Having said that, Te Awa Lakes has gone ahead and obtained its own expert reports at a very early stage in this process. And the comment there is how equivocal some of the consensus is. So Mr. Dean, for example, refers to potential bat habitat, and Dr. Mueller refers to potential for bat roosting in Area 2. And at times it's not quite clear from the evidence whether Hamilton City is talking about Hess or hen, noting the context of hen. It's also important to note with those references to potential that criterion 3 of the RPS refers to areas that are currently habitat for indigenous species or at the limit of their natural range. It doesn't actually refer to potential habitat. And that gets into the very important question of consistency in how we read the RPS. So, interesting to turn to Joint Witness Statement 1, where in respect of a site that neighbours Hess, there was an exemption within the criteria where indigenous vegetation had been created in connection with artificial structures. And JWS 1 shows that it was agreed between the experts that where there was that exemption, an SNA should not apply. And the implication is that while the expert evidence is very focused on ecology, which is quite proper, those ecological concerns must be considered within a close reading of the RPS criteria. If it's going to be okay to read the RPS strictly in some cases, and HCC accepts that, the same should apply in other cases. So the ecological evidence for Te Awa Lakes does accept the presence of copper skinks and giant kupupu, and also highlights that fewer of the criteria are or may be met than in HCC's evidence. And as I note, there's elements where it's not clear whether it's Hess that's being talked about. There's comment around what HCC's evidence doesn't show, even though criteria have been referred to, it seems they are not met. Particularly again, in addition to the pines, there's comment in Dr. Mueller's evidence on the eucalypt trees, and again, Mr. Dean's evidence is very concerned about fragmentation, but those are not showing that other species are present at the site. So Te Awa Lakes acknowledges that, of course, PC9 is to give effect to the RPS, and it acknowledges there is a consensus around the presence of some species. But the submission is that HCC's approach goes well beyond giving effect to the RPS as reflected in those criteria. HCC's expert evidence shows an approach that is focused on protecting everything of potential ecological value across the city. Essentially, every vegetated area is seen as significant because of concerns over the citywide impacts of incremental loss, rather than stepping back and taking an actual focus on what is significant. And that leads to a misreading of Section 6C and, at the least, an over-reading of the RPS criteria. The RPS criteria have been read very broadly by HCC, using concerns over incremental loss to see a large number of sites as corridors, whether this is factually correct in respect of the site or not. And here we have a site dominated by aged exotic trees with limited species warranting protection within a limited area. This reflects the ground truthing of the site and what is actually significant, rather than a broader view that aims at protecting all vegetation. So while concerns over incremental loss may be reasonable from an ecological perspective, they are not reflected in the RPS or in Section 6C. And it's clear that HCC's experts have been comfortable reading the RPS strictly in some situations as reflected in JWS 1. The intent seems to be to protect areas that do not actually warrant protection. Obviously, the concern for Te Awa Lakes is the difficulty of further development on the site, and that's acknowledged by HCC that there will be significant implications for affected land, and that came through in the concerns from some of the landowners yesterday. As I've emphasised, case law talks about the importance of a proper factual assessment, and Te Awa Lakes is responsibly willing to have those areas that actually meet the criteria protected to the extent necessary. That's this 40-metre strip that's mentioned in the submission. But expert evidence in the ground truthing against a proper reading of the RPS does not warrant greater protection. So to sum up, what is being sought within HEN is that the SNA is removed according to what's entitled to be removed, which will come through in the evidence of Mr Gascoigne, and that the SNA within HES is limited to a 20-metre corridor each side of the stream, which should be sufficient to maintain species protection and to recognise the corridor nature of what HCC says about this SNA. In terms of the evidence, we have Mr Gascoigne here to address planning evidence. Mr Croft is unfortunately not available this week, but can be available next week to get back in for any questions around that.
Thank you, Mr Evans.
Just wanting to make sure I understand your submission correctly around the approach that you say HCC and its experts have taken. So in submissions yesterday from HCC, we heard that 98% of the significant indigenous vegetation has been lost since 18-something, and there's very little left. And are you saying to us, is it your submission to us, that when they've approached the question of SNA, they have started from the wrong starting point, and that they're looking at the very little that's remaining and saying, well, it must be significant because that's all that's remains, rather than assessing each particular stand or site against those criteria themselves? So they're sort of taking a approach which is too broad rather than that site specific.
I think that's a very good way to put it, yes.
I had a slightly different question, which is, I was trying to work out whether you were, well, no, coming from a different angle. In terms of your submissions, are you suggesting to us that the WRPS, in terms of Appendix 5 and the criteria and so on, is not, if you like, a sufficient method with respect to 6C, and that we need to go beyond the WRPS in terms of determining significance?
Yes, in the sense that
I mean, I would have thought that you know, I mean, that's already an operative plan, it's already gone through the process and so on. And the usual way of reading that is that has read down and that's it's sufficiently full in itself. But you're wanting us to go back up again, I think, is what you're suggesting.
To a point, but I think the clarity around that is simply because one element of the RPS could be met, or there's one species present or suspected to be present. That doesn't immediately elevate it to a Section 6C as a significant natural area. So clearly there's a need to give effect to the RPS. That's completely understood. But yes, at times, if Section 6C is being brought in, there is the need to say, is this actually a significant Indigenous area of that kind?
All right.
I mean, I had the same question. I think the rest of your submissions do bring us back to a proper interpretation of the RPS criteria, and don't seem to challenge that in the same way. Because when it gave me, when I read that, it gave me pause to go back through the criteria. Of course, Mr. Croft doesn't have any issues with just saying, well, you tick one box, you're significant. I think the rest of your submissions seem to focus on a proper interpretation of that, and maybe in particular the difference between existing and potential.
That's an important distinction, reading the RPS criteria properly.
Right. Okay.
But if you go back up to 6, of course, then you reintroduce the definition of effect, don't you? And then suddenly we're back into potential, so that might actually cut the wrong way.
I think, to clarify, I think that factual assessment has been clearly brought through in case law, and in this context it is going to be a factual assessment that relies on those RPS criteria, but they have to be properly shown.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Oh, thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Now we'll turn to Mr. Gascoigne.
Gascoigne.
Well, you don't mind, if you want to sit down, that's fine, as long as you bring the mic close to you so that those in the back can hear, that's fine.
Would you like Mr. Gascoigne to read through the rebuttal, which has just been circulated to you this morning?
I think that would be helpful, yes, and the summary statement if you want.
Perhaps start with the summary and then
Yep.
do the
Yep.
rebuttal.
So good morning. In terms of the evidence that I've prepared for Te Awa Lakes, the primary statement of evidence, which I believe can be largely taken as read, just providing a summary statement for that. So the Hen Block, Horatu East North, as it's fully known, is the northeastern and largest section of Te Awa Lakes and the land development area, subject to an existing resource consent. That resource consent is a land development consent, so it's not just a master plan, but it also provides for the pre-construction works that are required to essentially enable that land to be readily subdivided and developed. And in terms of the activities that it grants, there's a substantial number of those, but I've provided a summary specific to the submission, which is vegetation and tree removal within the natural open space zone as currently provided, installation of stormwater infrastructure within the Waikato Riverbank and gully hazard area / flood hazard area. All of these activities are subject to a comprehensive suite of conditions, which amongst other matters require the consent holder to undertake pre-felling surveys of the affected areas for bat activity, regardless of whether that's foraging or roosting activity. And that's under the details of an ecological rehabilitation management plan, which has been certified by Hamilton City Council. And these procedures are incremental in nature and allow for successive monitoring to occur to enable the felling of any trees within that area. Council within its section 42A has identified that further information was required on what that consent provided for as far as the extents of the vegetation clearance within those SNAs, that's C59 and C76 apply. In order for further consideration for removal in accordance with our original submissions on the plan change. And I noted that further request was made through the initial evidence of Mr. Dean and Ms. Gold for Council. And I note that in that evidence, Council's experts supported the partial removal on the basis that such evidence was able to be provided. Notwithstanding what the decision on the application directions provide for in terms of those approved activities, I note there are other references in the consent itself to the spatial extent of the authorised clearance of the proposed SNAs, and I've set those out at paragraph 12 of my primary evidence. And for the convenience of the panel, I've also appended those areas at attachment 1. So in terms of what's in front of you, just for clarity, the areas which are outlined in black are notified SNA extents, which in my opinion are subject to consented clearance in accordance with the approved activities, and they are providing for land development in principle, so earthworks clearance, and then they also future-proof the installation of major rewaters and infrastructure to give effect to the development. And just for reference, those green lines show the master planned future lot areas and extensive works. So in my opinion, the resource consent provides a clear and reasonable expectation of the future and planned environment and ascertains that the values of the affected SNAs are temporary at best. Therefore, because of what's permitted by the resource consents and based on the documents that are provided alongside my primary evidence, it's my opinion that SNA C59 should be removed in its entirety, and that's in relation to the pine stand, and that C76 should be modified in part, and that's to provide for the 3 waters outlets, so the major stormwater outlets. And again, those are identified in the black areas.
What's the time frame for the development that's occurring in those areas? Because obviously we've got evidence from the council saying that, you know, having it as an SNA still performs a valuable function while it's still in existence.
Yep.
And the life of the plan is obviously 10 years. Are we looking at that sort of time frame for development, or is it going to be a much sooner? Or
so this is a very, very substantial development in terms of its scale for Hamilton City, and the client Te Ao Lakes has programs which it's adhering to. However, it has the ability to undertake any of this development in a staged manner or in whole, and that's authorised by the LDP. In terms of what it has given effect to, Stage 1, which is a primary set of 4 super lots adjacent to Hutchinson Road, have been progressed in terms of bulk earthworks, the development platforms and the infrastructure is largely completed. And that work has extended into a former wetland area, which was also encapsulated by some of the identified SNA adjacent to Hutchinson Road at the river end. So those areas have been cleared as of right to give effect to that first initial stage.
And on this, just to clarify, whereabouts is the area you're talking about? It's on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so Hutchinson Road essentially is on this left-hand side of the plan.
Yep.
And effectively there's an area which is parallel to the road, which has since been removed.
Right. So it's the left-hand end of that SNA, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good.
And I haven't recorded in my evidence, but in terms of answering your question, it may be useful to note that in order to progress further with the development, the area closest to the river, which we describe as Zone 2, so that's largely framed by an extension to Waterview Drive, which is the primary main access road to the development. that must be completed for engineering reasons as a second stage. So that would result in the construction of a stormwater outlet, which is essentially this middle portion to be cleared to the river, and then all of the pine stand in between Hutchinson Road and that area to also be removed.
And just to return to the question, so the rest of that area, what's the plan in terms of the development of the rest of the area to the right of, or to the east of Zone 2 or whatever it was you called? This bit here, what's the time frame for development there?
So we've sought resource consent from Waikato Regional Council, and that's to allow dewatering and large-scale earthworks within that area to prep it for land development. I can't comment to a specific time frame from Te Awa Lakes. That's subject to a lot of their marketing-based decisions.
But presumably, I mean, the consent will carry a normal 5-year lapse or something, presumably, will it?
The consent has sort of 10-year
10-year lapse?
period.
Okay.
And the main infrastructure works are for 35 years.
Yeah. So can we assume from that answer that that there's a likelihood that that area will be worked within the 10-year life of the plan?
In my opinion, yes.
That's the expectation.
Yes.
Okay. Carry on.
So in terms of HES, I have reviewed the evidence which has been provided by Council's technical experts, and also the ecological evidence provided by Mr. Chad for Te Awa Lakes, and the conclusions around that in terms of any values in alignment with the RPS, which are contained within, and from a planning perspective I support those conclusions. In terms of the areas to be removed on the amended SNA mapping, which is provided in Mr. Dean's evidence. The RPS criteria are important for identifying areas of significant Indigenous biodiversity, and I acknowledge that at least one of those criteria must be met, as confirmed by Mr. Croft, as to the applicability of those criteria, as to what is determined to be significant or not. So that's my summary.
Yep.
And then moving on to my rebuttal, unless there's any further questions on that.
You carry on and we'll
Okay.
question at the end.
Right. So this rebuttal evidence primarily responds to the statements, the rebuttal statements prepared by Ms. Gold on behalf of the Council, addressing the response to my primary statement of evidence, paragraphs 22 through 25. I've also had regard to the rebuttal statements prepared by Dr. Mueller and Mr. Dean in respect of the ecological matters, and I relied upon in the evidence of Ms. Gold. I believe that there is potentially some greyness or some clarity that needs to be provided in terms of addressing those rebuttal statements, as they don't specifically talk to HES or HEN, which is what our primary submissions, but then also our evidence sets out structurally. And so I've made assessments where those statements relate. Dr. Mueller and Mr. Dean specifically discuss ecological values mentioned by Mr. Croft for Te Awa Lakes in terms of SNAs C59 and C76. There's only direct reference in those expert statements to the areas which are contained in the supplementary memorandum of Mr. Croft on HES, which are overlaid by the mentioned SNAs, and I do not contest the conclusions that they make. So I have further disregarded those statements. In terms of the rebuttal statement of Ms. Gold, I believe it potentially goes further than the statements made by Dr. Mueller and Mr. Dean, and it concludes broadly in my interpretation that regardless of the existing LDP resource consent, the clearance of any consented areas has not yet occurred. Those areas retain ecological value and therefore should be protected via a proposed SNA. I've assumed in preparing this statement that as no recommendation has been made within Ms Galt's evidence in light of my primary statement of evidence and the consent documents provided, the Council does not agree that those areas affecting hen should be removed and warrant protection under the same philosophy. So Ms Galt states in her evidence that unless the landowner provides evidence of the guaranteed future removal of all of this remaining vegetation, which is not necessarily what the consent envisages, the SNA may still serve a purpose. A similar conclusion is reached in paragraph 24 in relation to conditional clearance of pines, albeit subject to the outcomes of that process identifying if any of that vegetation present is determined to be critical. I'm concerned that such statements will potentially result in the protection of short-term ecological values and the affected extents of those SNAs with no beneficial long-term retention or gain outcome. It's not fanciful when considering an existing or otherwise consented environment that the clearance of such vegetation may be conducted in a progressive manner or staged manner if authorised, and that as such vegetation clearance can be conducted lawfully. Future situation of no vegetation within the areas which I've outlined in black in attachment 1 on the map could be realised by the consent holder. I note that the land use consents are held with the underlying land unless subject to lapse, and should Te Awa Lakes not complete total clearance, this is not to say that another purchaser or holder of the consent would choose to retain these areas. From a constructability perspective, the completion of Te Awa Lakes in accordance with that LDP is wholly reliant on the infrastructure that such clearance will enable in future stages of the development. Stage 1 is near completion and Stage 2 will form the primary outlet to the river. I've reviewed the conditions and referenced general accordance documents which are contained within the decision of the LDP, and these reference relatively, in my opinion, standardised processes for pre-felling, survey and inspection of trees for bat activity. These do not necessarily imply that progressive resurvey of these trees cannot be undertaken until such time as any bat activity ceases during the survey period and the trees could be thereafter felled. Such conditional restrictions do not apply to that part of the SNA affected by HEN's Development Master Plan. And the SNA reference there is in relation to the riverside vegetation. I also submit that the retention of the SNA's areas in full, as they would apply to HEN, would potentially and appropriately elevate a future restrictive planning regime on the development of those super lots or other sub-areas of the LDP, which require future land use and subdivision consent approvals. The SNA provisions pose a reporting and assessment burden on such applications, which would default to non-complying, regardless of if the trees themselves have been cleared under resource consent. In my opinion, this is an inefficient planning outcome when compared to the national direction seeking to enable land development, business and housing outcomes in these Tier 1 authority areas. So in conclusion, I've reviewed the rebuttal evidence of the experts for Council and in relation to the relief that we've sought in our supporting evidence. And from a planning perspective, I consider that we've provided clear and concise evidence that the proposed SNAs have been modified by our existing land development plan consent. And the clearance of those areas, whether progressive or done in full, forms part of a non-fanciful existing environment. And I consider that there's no long-term gain from retention of these affected areas that can be reasonably achieved without imposing unnecessary restrictions on such development. And consequently, I retain the position that the SNAs as notified should be modified in part in accordance with attachment 1 of my evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Gascoigne.
Yeah, I do. Just in relation to your point about the inappropriately elevate future restrictive planning regime. So the retaining the SNA will only bite if further consents or variations to consents are sought in future, but they don't actually affect the existing consents. Is that right?
So the way that the plan and the provisions which apply to Te Awa Lakes set out required an LDP to be approved by the council before any further land development activities or subdivision could progress within the structure plan area. And what that does is essentially, once the LDP consent is granted and an initial subdivision consent is sought for what is the area defined as the business 6 zone in relation to that structure plan, which is our stage 1. The rest of the subdivision within that site falls to Hamilton City Council's baseline restricted discretionary status for freehold, or fee simple titles, sorry. And that's not exclusive. There are some areas which are covered by the Waikato Riverbank and Gully Hazard Area overlay, which defaults to a discretionary activity, but they do not push us to that higher threshold, which, in my opinion, by retaining an overlay, would require future subdivision to be seeking consent under.
So the subdivision consents haven't been obtained yet for those areas, or that are we talking the subsequent land use when people actually build their houses?
So it'd be subsequent subdivision consents for those areas, yes.
Thank you. And then just a question in terms of the actual conditions of the consents, and I think there was some reference to monitoring having to be carried out in a plan. Is there anything in the existing conditions which, you know, if you undertake this monitoring and you find bat roosts, what then? I mean, does that mean that you can't clear that area?
No, so the conditions, they only require the consent holder to undertake the works in accordance with a number of other documents, but an ecological rehabilitation management plan. And the procedures for monitoring and felling within the SNA are set out in that management plan. So what they say, in a bit of a summary manner, are essentially you need to monitor for a consecutive period of time, or a certain amount of determined days with suitable weather conditions. If no bats are identified, those records are provided to the council for their records, and then the felling of that monitored area can progress. If the monitoring identifies that there is bat activity, those specific trees need to be further investigated. And if there's evidence that it's potentially being used as roost habitat, then they need to be set aside. But the way that the subsequent procedures follow after that, they still allow for those trees to be re-monitored, again under suitable conditions. And then if that monitoring shows that roosting is no longer occurring, the bats have left the potential roost, then those trees can be felled as well. So there's no ultimate limitation on those trees having to be retained in perpetuity.
No, they're retained as long as they're used, and as soon as they're proved they're not used, they can be taken out.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gascoigne. Mr. Gibbons, that's it? That's it?
Nothing to add?
Right. Now, we'll advise whether we need to talk to Chad, what's his last name? Croft. And we'll let you know whether that's whether it works for us or whether we need to do that. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I do have one question.
Oh,
I'm really
okay.
sorry. Mr. Gibbons, is the zoning across the whole area the same?
No, it's not. Probably better for Mr. Gascoigne to address that zoning, but the simple answer is no.
Okay. And could you expand on that, and particularly, has it changed since the original application? Are you wanting to change any of the zoning?
I can answer that bit.
Okay.
Well, actually, I could have answered it until under the PC12 process. Yes, there was an effort to seek a rezoning of part of Hen, which is currently major facilities zone,
Right.
to residential, and to move that major facilities zone to the Hess site. But that's been determined to be out of scope under PC12. So that probably gives an idea of an intention around that though. As I understand, well, better that you address the zoning in Hess as it currently stands.
In terms of the existing zoning, Hen has a combination of Business 6, which is immediately fronting Hutchinson Road, and also covers the existing service centre there. There's also major facilities zone, which comprises stage 10 of our master plan. And then the remainder of the site, with the exception of the riverbank, is medium density residential. The riverbank is natural open space. In terms of Hess, it's currently Te Rapa North Industrial, which is deferred.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And you're going to stay where you are because the Eisendorms are up next, so.
Yes, roll on my Netflix show.
Right. Thanks.
Sorry. We have Mr. Rob joining us by video link.
All right. Okay. Let's just get the link up in that case. Huh?
So he's on there now. Hello, Jacob.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Yes, we can. Good. Just making sure before we get going.
Sure. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but I can make it out.
Thank you.
Right.
We'll come to you. So hopefully you can hear me in the meantime. So these legal submissions are made for the Eisendorns in respect of their property at 29 Petersburg Drive, and it's useful to begin by noting there is very limited comment on the site itself in the Section 42A report. There's comment on various submitters and acknowledgement that SNAs can have significant implications for what can be done on affected land. And again, I emphasise you heard yesterday from many concerned or sometimes outraged citizens that these impacts should not be disregarded. The HCC evidence various places barely touched on the specific aspects of the site, simply noting it should be retained. The planning evidence that Mr. Rob will expand on notes that the site is subject to a resource consent application for the construction of a duplex dwelling. That's within currently the natural open space zone, which the submitter believes was put in place erroneously. In addition to the current resource consent process, there was a process underway under PC12, although there's recently been a decision there. And it's again in the category of sites that has had extensive assessment, being assessed in 2020 and again in 2022 as part of that resource consent exercise. And it has been established there is, put simply, a combination of planted indigenous vegetation and exotic grassland. And there is expert evidence from Ms. Andrews that she will talk to, which talks about likely habitat for at-risk lizards and bats. It's noted there that criterion 3 of the RPS requires that an area be currently habitat. Ms. Andrews also refers to criterion 11 being met in the context of the wider landscape. And as I understand it, that wider landscape is part of the other aspects of SNA C26. Part of the context of that resource consent application, again, will be covered by Mr. Robb, but Ms. Andrews has also touched on that, that if the planted indigenous vegetation is classified as an SNA, even before mitigation measures that would be part of that consent application are undertaken, the ecological effects of the loss of some vegetation would be low to moderate. There's also a peer review done with an HCC at the time, which is referred to in Ms. Andrews' evidence, which talks about the limited habitat value and the unlikelihood of any notable effect on terrestrial or aquatic values. There's also comment in HCC's rebuttal evidence about perhaps the removal of some of the vegetation could be addressed from the effects point of view. In terms of the exotic grassland, as opposed to the planted indigenous vegetation, that's noted to be of negligible ecological value, and while there's reference to other RPS criteria in the data set, it's not clear that these apply in respect of the site. There's therefore some lack of clarity around the RPS criteria. There is in the planning evidence reference to an easement, actually in favour of Hamilton City Council on the site, and that restricts planting. And following that evidence, I understand HCC's planning expert has acknowledged that and is agreeable that SNA C26 be amended to exclude that easement area. And in figure 1, the approximate boundary is taken from HCC's rebuttal evidence. It is useful to note it, put simply, it carves a large part of the SNA out of the site. So it's submitted, first of all, that this easement area should be removed from the SNA. There seems to be consensus around that. I note it's unclear whether there are any artificial structures in place in relation to that easement, which would put it within one of the key exemptions to the RPS criteria that was noted in that JWS1. There is extensive ecological assessment work that has already been done, and the consent application is described as well advanced in planning evidence. The intention is to clear some of the site for construction of a duplex and put in replacement vegetation, and it's noted that that would have minimal effects based on what different experts have said.
Are you able to clarify for us, because obviously the easement takes out the chunk in the middle, what area would you be looking to clear for the construction of the duplex?
Sure, it's part of the area to the north of that. So the site is effectively sloping downwards, and the duplex under that consent application would be at the top end of that site.
And that consent application doesn't seek to clear all of the vegetation north of that easement line, but just some of it?
Just some of it.
Thank you.
And presumably it doesn't carve up through the middle or do something like that. It doesn't separate the two parts into two parts of that northern remnant part of C, whatever it is, I can't read the number here, 26, yeah.
So I don't actually have a site plan with me, but Mr. Robb may be able to address that
okay.
a little bit further.
Okay. Yeah.
It's not
The question is whether it makes that then even less attractive. Obviously, if it bisects that remnant part.
It would impact on that remnant part.
Yeah,
Yes, I can confirm that. From a submitter point of view, there is a serious question about whether this is a significant natural area. There is a combination, as has been outlined, of indigenous vegetation which has been planted and exotic grassland, and the latter has negligible ecological value. There's reference to some of the RPS criteria being unconfirmed or uncertain. There's reference to the likelihood and further comments around the need for that factual assessment to take place. Emphasise again these emphases on significant indigenous need to be kept in mind, as I've spoken about already. The expert evidence for HCC is very concerned with incremental dilution on a city scale and with small incremental reductions that have further effects, and this notion of SNAs as habitat across the city. And as we canvassed in earlier submissions, that does create this impression that any kind of potential ecological value must be maintained as it stands on any site because it's cumulatively important. It is useful to note that that filter hasn't been applied consistently. There was reference yesterday to Bremworth Park, where some of what was initially noted as an SNA has been removed, the Fonterra site, and no doubt other examples can be given where some removal takes place. In terms of giving effect to the RPS, the key criteria here are number 3 and 11, and there's mention in the expert evidence, which has been through a resource consent application report, a peer review of that, and then some further comment, likely though not confirmed in terms of being habitat. And so it's submitted that a factual assessment of the site itself tells against an extensive SNA being imposed. So putting these together, there is a consensus among the planning experts that the presence of the existing easement should be taken into account and the SNA removed in respect of that easement area, as the presence of that easement means planting shouldn't have occurred. There is some uncertainty around the ecological values and certainly consensus that the exotic grass areas are not significant. In respect of the planted indigenous vegetation, it may be habitat, potentially for skinks, and bats may forage in the area. The extent of council's on-site assessment is unclear, even though council has assessed it as significant. It must be remembered the RPS criteria requires that the area is currently habitat, and it's not clear entirely that this is met. There is consensus that the removal of part of the planting will have a low to moderate effect, potentially very low or no adverse effect, particularly if replacement planting is done under that resource consent process. So what the submitters seek is removal of that easement area, which is a matter of consensus, and also the removal of that area of the SNA north of the easement part, because of some protection remaining in place to the south, because of the ecological evidence, the expert consensus that the removal of some planted vegetation has a low impact and can be appropriately managed, and the resource consent that's underway, which Mr. Rob will talk to further. Important to re-emphasise this is an SNA in respect of private land, and that has a real impact on the property owner that they would like to be addressed through this process. Thank you.
So just to clarify, in terms of the extent of the removal, it's just the easement and the area that's sought to be cleared for the resource consent. It's not the whole of the SNA that's requested to be removed.
Yeah, the initial submission was to remove the whole, and that's what the landowner would probably see as ideal in the context of their site. But there is a recognition that the expert evidence touches on some issues, and there's, I suppose, less harm overall in the development impacts of that southern area of SNA remaining in place.
But it is seeking to remove the entirety of C26 north of the easement line. And obviously that raises a question with respect to the contiguous property and the remnant part of C26 on that part of the property as well, so consequential. Yep. Okay.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Gibbons, can I explore slightly further the submitter's assertion that the natural open space zoning was placed erroneously? Help me understand the assertion there.
Sure, there's quite a bit of background to that, but originally, if we go back, I'm going to say 25 years, perhaps a little bit less, this was farmland, and then the suburb was developed in the mid-2000s, and actually this site was intended to be a cafe as part of the Petersburg development, and that was reflected in some of the marketing materials. Unfortunately, and I'm recounting this from a prior submission, the site was, the developer went bust and wasn't able to complete the cafe on the site, and while the developer was insolvent, the natural open space zone was imposed, unusually on private land, or on the whole of the private site, and the site includes, though it's not in evidence, I note there is, in addition to this easement, a covenant which reflects its relationship to that overall subdivision as a whole. So the suspicion of the submitters is that when the maps were drawn at the time the natural open space zone was imposed, the adjacent sites are reserved where it would have been more appropriate than on this site, which is private. And so that's the background to that belief. It was put in place erroneously.
Sure, but for clarity, when your client purchased the land, what was the zone at the time of purchase?
I'm not aware of that. I wasn't involved in the purchase.
Okay.
So.
Maybe we could explore that further. Maybe you could ask your client that, because it would help me to understand what the zoning of the land was at the time your client purchased the land. And I guess my question is, was it a natural open space zoning, or was it not?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Who do you want to call first?
Chair, I wonder if it would also be very helpful if we could actually put this map out on the bigger screen, because I'm finding it much easier to see it. Would that be possible?
Is this figure one, or?
Yeah,
something else?
If I put the address back in, 29 Petersburg. Yeah, that one there. Just gives the whole site. Oh, it's okay. I can just manage it from here.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Okay. Perhaps we have Ms. Andrews first, and then Mr. Robb.
Right. Ms. Andrews.
You can remain seated, and they will have seen your evidence already.
Yep, no, we certainly have. We've read it. So if you just want to just summarise. Yep, thank you. You might need to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you. I sense you have a soft voice.
So I have been engaged by David and Barbara Eisendorn to provide evidence that includes a summary of the vegetation and habitat types at the subject site 29 Petersburg Drive, and as well provide an assessment against the Waikato Regional Council criteria for identifying significant natural areas. So the planted indigenous shrubland was assessed as having moderate ecological values in our assessment of ecological effects prepared in February 2021. For the following reasons: it is part of the riparian corridor that buffers the Te Awa o Katapaki stream. The vegetation is characteristic of skink habitat and is likely to support copper skink, which is an at-risk declining species. It's a foraging path for the long-tailed bats, which are classified as threatened, nationally critical.
Sorry, is that known or deduced? It's known that it's a foraging path, or that's just...
So there's records of long-tailed bats within 200 metres, so it's likely foraging,
Okay.
but not confirmed.
Yeah.
Where am I up to? 4. The planted indigenous shrubland meets the SNA criteria 3 due to being likely habitat for threatened and at-risk species. It also meets criteria 11 in the context of the wider landscape, being a foraging corridor for bats and a riparian corridor that buffers the stream. So the assessment of significance of the vegetation and habitat types aligns with our original assessment of effects prepared in February 2021, and from an ecological perspective remains unchanged. So as such, regardless of the classification of SNA, the original assessment of effects is still considered appropriate from an ecological perspective. And the potential adverse effects of the proposed development at 29 Petersburg Drive, which includes the removal of 230 metres squared of planted indigenous shrubland, can be addressed by undertaking replacement planting, enhancement of the retained vegetation and fauna management. And it was agreed by the Hamilton City Council's independent reviewer that provided these measures are appropriately implemented, the overall level of effect of the proposed development is considered to be very low. And that's all from me.
All right, thank you very much. So, my shorthand is that it meets criterion 3, which is the current habitat criterion.
Yeah, so...
Because 11 only applies as long as it meets one of the other criterion in support of. That's the way it works, isn't it? Under the WRPS criterion. Criterion 11 only works to the extent it's necessary to protect any site identified as significant under criteria 1 to 10. So my question is, do you agree that it meets criterion 3 because otherwise 11 doesn't apply?
Yes, I think in absence of a formal fauna survey on the site, we often take a more conservative approach, given the threat status of the species and the Wildlife Act in terms of their presence on site. So yeah, we consider that is likely habitat and that these species are likely there, but without having done formal surveys, we can't confirm for sure.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
So that you referred before to surveys being done which place them within 200 metres of the site, is that correct?
Yeah, the bats have been identified within 200 metres. That was back in February 2001 when our assessment was done. I haven't checked the database since then.
Okay, and you referred to the Te Awa o Katapaki stream. Doesn't cross the site, does it? Is it close to the site? Can you help orientate me where the stream is in relation to the site?
So it's just to the west. So the vegetation is along the riparian edge of the stream.
Thank you.
You?
Do you know what the proposed replanting plan consists of? Because it seems to me that if we looked favourably on the reduction of the rest of the SNA, thank you.
Just get the blower removed. We all have a job to do.
Just getting rid of a bit of skink habitat out there. So if we were favourably disposed towards eliminating the piece of SNA on the property to the north of the easement, and given that this is recognised as a bat foraging area, there's obviously a gap in vegetation along that part of the property and actually on the council property as well. Do you know whether that's where the proposed planting might be?
So my understanding is it's the edge of the planting, is that
Yes.
right?
I'm not actually sure
What
the
is-
exact location.
Maybe Mr. Rob knows that.
The replacement planting.
The
Yes.
replacement planting, I think the idea was that it would be in the grassed area to the south where the planting goes up to the road, where the culvert goes under the road. So it would be contiguous, and I don't believe that my understanding was that the proposed vegetation clearance won't create discontinued edge between the existing vegetation.
Right. So the vegetation and the easement is proposed to come out because it shouldn't be there. So we can't do anything about that. So that does create a gap.
Does create a significant carve out, yes.
But north of that, there doesn't appear to be any planting of a nature that would, for example, shield light from bats passing through. Right, that's what my question was. It might be a question that someone else can answer. Does the proposed planting and mitigation actually do what it can do in filling in that gap
The gap of the easement,
north of the easement,
north of the
along the
easement.
property
So
boundary?
some of the proposed planting from memory is towards the upper north as well as the lower south of the
Yes,
site
okay.
effectively. So it's at each end effectively.
Mhm.
That's my recollection.
Maybe someone else can confirm that. Thank you.
Anything else? No, thank you, Ms Andrews.
Sorry, just if I could, sorry, Mr. Chair, always coming in very late. If you look at the broader area, you can see sort of one could imagine this sort of as a ecological corridor. How important is that continuity in your view? So if you look at it, clearly the subject site is the one in black. And if you look at the vegetation corridor this way, how significant would this area be versus as a corridor?
Sorry, can you just clarify where the site is on that map?
Yeah, it's not coming up on, it's the black. That's why I wanted it up on the board. It's much easier if it was on the board. Maybe, can I bring this to you?
Yeah.
That's the site.
Right.
So it's a significant.
Okay, so what's the question?
So the question is, it's part of the entire, this is a significant corridor of vegetation, and I'm just asking how important is the continuity of the corridor, the ecological corridor, in your view?
There is a road through here already, which is a barrier in itself. Yeah, I don't quite understand what you're asking.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So I'll invite Mr. Rob to address his summary, noting that the panel will presumably have already read the evidence
We have,
itself.
yes.
So just the summary, thank you.
Hey, Mr Rob, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
In determining the extent of the significant natural area overlay at 29 Petersburg Drive, I believe the resource consent that's been sought for the property and the easement that bisects the property require consideration. With reference to the easement that's already been touched on, it requires that a portion of the site is kept free of vegetation and was established well before the SNA was overlain on the property. This obviously presents a conflict between the SNA rules and the easement instrument, and as such, I believe a realignment of the SNA is required in this particular area. Regarding the consent, the maintenance of the overlay on this property would require a different degree of ecological protection through the SNA framework in the district plan. This could have significant implications on what is an advanced resource consent where there is already agreement between the ecological experts involved that the effects of the removal of this vegetation could be appropriately managed. Whilst no consent has been granted, the consent has been subject to a refinement and redesign to better align with the existing environment and the concerns raised through that consent process. With the hearing also imminent, the process is nearing the conclusion of a typical consenting timeline, and therefore it is well advanced. I believe that these factors can warrant a realignment of the SNA outside of the proposed development area.
All right, thank you, Mr. Robb.
I have a question just in relation to the consent consent application, I should say. So at present there is no consent, so it doesn't form part of the existing environment. It might be more of a legal question, but I'll put it and see who wants to answer it. So I guess my question is, while you're saying to us that the process is well advanced, our understanding from the submissions that Hamilton's made is that that consent has been opposed. There are opposing submissions. So at this stage, there's no guarantee that a consent will issue. So what weight can we give to that? I mean, is it that you're just saying we need to take it into consideration, or are you saying we need to give it some sort of weight because it has gone through this process and we should be, you know, what level of confidence can we have that a consent will pop out? I guess I'm just trying to explore that with either you or Mr. Gibbons.
Perhaps,
Yeah, so
Mr. Robb, go first, but I'm happy to chip in.
yeah, there's no guarantee that a consent will be granted until it has been, and that's obviously the case for this site as well. Yeah, I think in this regard, obviously there's been a significant amount of work that's been done to date through the consent process, and I believe it's important to consider that in this particular submission.
Just in terms of a little bit of background, so the consent application has recently been rebooted following that redesign process, which took quite a lot of time. That was largely driven by responding to some of the neighbour concerns, which were more about visual impact than anything else, I think it's fair to say. It's an elevated site, and while it's a neighbourhood around it, some of the neighbours didn't want to see housing there of that nature. So that's been the reason for that redesign process.
But through that process, have any of the submitters withdrawn their opposition, or are we still in the same position where they're still going to be taking a part of that hearing?
So they could well still be involved.
I mean, let me just tell you, the difficulty I have with this one is that Ms Andrews has confirmed that the WRPS criteria apply, criterion 3 applies, and therefore 11 also comes into play. So it meets the initial test for under the WRPS. And yes, and we have an unresolved application in front of us, which frankly I think carries very little weight in terms of where I'm sitting at the moment. Which makes it very difficult, I think, to get across the line unless that consent is actually confirmed before we reach a decision, which of course is an option. I mean, it may well happen, in which case that would have a bearing, obviously, at that point. I mean, does that make sense?
I understand the position. I think it does still need to be understood that we're carving out some of the site with HCC's agreement under that easement arrangement, and to return that to the image that was brought up before, there's already a road in the middle of what is described as a corridor. There is an element of certainly evidence around the criterion 3, although that is stated as likely but not confirmed in the evidence in chief. So those are all relevant factors to take into account.
And obviously, I mean, if the consent is granted and the building takes place there, then that corridor for bat movement is significantly impacted, obviously. That becomes a factor straight away. Anyway, we'll have to just see where things go, I think. So, did you want to add anything else?
No, I don't believe so. I think those points are covered already in the evidence and submissions.
Well, it's helpful to have it on the record, so thank you for that. And thank the two of you as well. And Ms. Eisendorn, thank you very much for coming again.
Thank you.
But you still need...
Yes, Chair. I had on the table the question regarding the timing of the purchase and what the...
Do you want me to respond to that separately, or...?
You float
I'll put it in
in,
the
just
email.
float in the information if you would. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes. Mr. Enger, how long do you want? I'm looking longingly for a cup of coffee, so, yes.
Feel free to take a coffee. I think I've got 10 minutes, but...
Well, look, why don't you come in that case? I mean, let's not hold you up for 10 minutes. Are you happy? Okay, let's... All right, let's take a break. Then in that case, 25-2 back? All right, thank you. Yeah, I think there's no showing. Wait till that sort of thing. But yeah.
Right, understand Mr. Rice has passed around some speaking notes. Here
Yep,
goes.
thank you very much. Yep.
So I'll just talk to these, and I may just add some things as I go. I've been listening on and off for the past couple of days. I
So
haven't
we.
caught everything.
It's both on and off.
Yes, yeah. Well, as long as you're listening for the next 10 minutes, Commissioner Hill, that's
Right.
fine. So I'll go through my notes and happy to take questions either as we go or at the end.
Thank you.
So I provided evidence in chief and evidence in reply. I summarised below the key points addressed in my statements, including any changes in my opinions following my review of evidence in reply, which has been filed by others. Just note, many of the issues addressed in Adair's submission and further submission have been satisfactorily addressed in the recommendations in the Section 42A report. Explanation to the objectives and policies for the long-tailed bat. I identified in my evidence in chief that there was an explanation missing in the recommended provisions in the Section 42A report after the new objective 2022 and the associated policies which relate to the long-tailed bat. My evidence in chief included proposed wording, which Ms. Galt has suggested minor changes to in her evidence in reply for HCC. And I just note I agree with and support the changes that Ms. Galt has suggested to that. Reference to Eurobats guideline. The Section 42A report recommends that a new reference to the Eurobats guideline be included in the explanation that follows Objective 25621 and Policy 25621A, which relate to lighting and glare. In my opinion, the reference to Eurobats is inappropriate from a planning perspective. Eurobats is not referenced in the objectives and policies, nor is it referenced in any other provisions in the plan. Further, adding reference to one possible source of guidance in the explanation is likely to result in it being treated as a de facto standard rather than an explanation. Best practice guidance for offsetting and compensation. The Section 42A...
Sorry, just before we move on, did your evidence say that there was, in the PC5, there was no reference to Eurobats?
That's correct.
That's correct, thank you.
So I'm not providing a comprehensive summary of what my evidence said, I'm just touching on key points here, but yes, that is correct. In terms of best practice guidance for offsetting and compensation, the Section 42A report recommends that a new information requirement be included, Appendix 122X, for any activity requiring resource consent relating to a significant natural area where biodiversity offset or compensation measures are proposed. For those applications, Appendix 122X would require an assessment against policies 20.2.1D and 22.1E, as well as, quote there, the most recent best practice guidelines on offsetting and compensation. I consider that the reference to most recent best practice guidance is unclear, as opposed to an explicit reference to avoid uncertainty and ambiguity. Practical issues may occur where there are multiple sources of best practice guidance, e.g. in the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, albeit it obviously hasn't been gazetted yet, MFE guidance, DOC guidance or other guidance. The proposed wording suggests it would be the most recent guidance that prevails, which may not be appropriate. For example, any requirements in a National Policy Statement would need to prevail over any subsequent non-statutory guidance. In my evidence in chief, I suggested deleting Appendix 122X altogether. An alternative approach to that would be to amend the information requirement to require assessment against the principles for biodiversity offsetting and compensation in the most recent of the two guidelines which are cited, and that's the 2018 one that I've referenced there, or any principles for offsetting and compensation in an applicable national policy statement. And I've included in attachment 1, some suggestions around that. I'm not particularly wedded to that specific guideline. I've just picked the most recent because it's what the provision's currently suggesting.
Yeah, because your alternative is not really an alternative, is it? I mean, if it's in if it's in an applicable NPS, then it has to be given effect. So
It does.
It's not the alternative.
And so,
Yeah.
in anticipation of that potentially coming in, and the NPS, draft NPS, has principles for offsetting and compensation. In anticipation of that, this is what the drafting's trying to pick up here.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Right, so to point 7 in my summary, lighting and glare. Ms Sycamore's evidence-in-chief for the Department of Conservation suggests changes to lighting and glare provisions in Rule 2564X. I just want to make it really clear, that rule does not apply to activities in the Peacock Precinct, so the changes would not affect Adair's land holdings. It is unclear, however, whether Ms Sycamore intended that buffer planting provisions that she has also suggested to manage lighting effects on SNAs would apply in the Peacock Precinct, because no specific details of that have been provided. I do not support buffer planting provisions applying in the Peacock Precinct. Lighting and glare effects were considered and comprehensively addressed through Plan Change 5, and it is not appropriate to add to or amend the standards for the Peacock Precinct through this plan change. Now, my understanding from listening to Ms Sycamore is she's saying that she identified 2 amendments to that particular standard, and one related to light, colour, temperature, 2,700 versus 3,000, and I think from what I've picked up there's now perhaps agreement on that 2,700 is the right number. And the other one related to a motion sensor, but I think she was saying that if those changes aren't accepted, then you might need to look at alternatives like this buffer planting. So, yeah, it may well be that if changes are made to that, this becomes a redundant issue anyway.
Right. Did you understand her as, in terms of those setbacks, that would be changes to the numbers in that table, the 5, 7 and the 10, in terms of the lighting source? Is that what you understood, as opposed to some other sort of setback relating to the position of buildings, or I wasn't
I'm really not sure. I couldn't shed any light on that, so to speak. Yeah, look, I think as long as the changes are to 2564X and that particular standard, whether that be buffer planting or the other specific standards that have been detailed, then that does not concern Adair. But I guess the key point here is we've been through this very recently with Plan Change 5. There's been provision to manage that interface, and I don't support anything else being added in.
But to be clear, you don't support it because you don't support it, or you don't support it because you think it's out of scope?
I haven't gone there with scope. I don't have a view on that. I just think that we've already dealt with it. It's been addressed. We've got provisions in Plan Change 5 for it. If there are provisions that you determine might be needed elsewhere in the city, that's fine. But as long as they're changes to that particular rule there, that won't affect the Peacock Precinct.
So you want to carve out on, an explicit carve out on all of those?
And there already is. Yeah.
Okay.
Turning to noise, Ms Sycamore's evidence for DOC suggests that a new policy should be included in Chapter 25.8, Noise and Vibration, to manage potential adverse effects of noise on Indigenous biodiversity within SNAs. I consider the policy to be inappropriate and unnecessary because A, there are no rules in Chapter 25.8 or elsewhere in the plan which limit noise specifically in relation to SNAs. B, the objective which the proposed policy would relate to is focused on amenity values, not ecological values. In terms of Section 32AA, the policy would not be the most appropriate way of achieving that objective. C, the purpose statement in Chapter 25.8 similarly refers to adverse effects of noise and vibration on amenity values, not ecological values. And D, the effects of urban development on long-tailed bats was considered extensively through the recent Plan Change 5 process. No objectives, policies or rules were imposed for managing noise in relation to either SNAs or SPHAs within the Peacock Precinct. SPHAs, of course, being significant bat habitat areas.
So again, just to be clear on that one, so I think you're implying in 8B that there is no objective that you would reasonably hang such a policy on.
That's correct.
That's it. Yeah.
Unmapped significant natural areas. Ms Sycamore's evidence for DOC suggests amending Plan Change 9 so that any area within Hamilton City that meets the significance criteria in Appendix 5 of the RPS would be treated as a significant natural area despite not being mapped in the district plan. She has specified some but not all of the changes that she considers would be required to the Plan Change 9 provisions to achieve this. I address in my evidence and reply why I consider DOC's suggested changes are inappropriate. However, in summary, A, I consider HCC's approach to identification of SNAs has been robust and appropriate. B, Ms Sycamore's proposed changes would result in significant uncertainty and administrative difficulty. The changes would mean that plan users would be unable to identify from the face of the plan when or if the SNA rules might apply to an area, and therefore whether a permitted activity could be undertaken. Further, it is not clear from Ms Sycamore's evidence how the assessment against App 5 of the RPS would be made, when it would be done, and by whom. And finally, no analysis of the costs and benefits of DOC's proposed approach has been provided. Without such information, I cannot see how such a significant change to the scheme of the plan can be justified. I just want to draw your attention here to the structure of Chapter 20 of the plan. You may be familiar with this, but the purpose statement in 20.2a says, this chapter of the district plan relates to significant natural areas, and it's capitalised, notable trees, peat lakes, wetlands and peat lake catchments. The following part of the purpose goes on to explain that significant natural areas are the sites identified on the planning maps and listed in Schedule 9. See significant natural areas in Volume 2, Appendix 9. So dropping policies into this chapter that don't relate to those mapped and scheduled areas could not happen with a coherent plan framework without other changes to chapter, quite substantial changes to the purpose statement and how Chapter 20 applies. At paragraph 11 of my summary, the legal submissions for DOC suggest that without Ms Sycamore's changes, there is a gap in the plan with respect to the protection of unmapped areas of significant Indigenous vegetation or significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. Chapter 20, like I've just said, is limited to SNAs, notable trees, peat lakes, wetlands and peat lake catchments. But that is not to say that other areas of the city with ecological values do not have any form of protection. For example, there is an overarching objective and policy for the natural environment in Chapter 2, which is the strategic framework chapter in the plan. And I've just set that out there, but you'll see the objective is to protect and enhance natural character, natural features and landscapes, ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity. There's policies which follow that, and then the explanation specifically refers to Part 2 and the RPS as well. In terms of how that comes into play, that objective and those policies, there's text at the beginning of Chapter 2.2 which says that those provisions must be assessed for any discretionary or non-complying activity consent application. So they're relevant in that sense. And in addition to that, that's one example, but as you'll be familiar with, there are numerous objectives and policies in Plan Change 5, for instance, for Peacock relating to Indigenous biodiversity. There are provisions for other greenfield areas. There's information requirements for assessments of effects, for instance, in Appendix 121H, which specifically refers to AEEs being required to address effects on the natural environment, and it goes on to talk about existing vegetation and natural landform and Indigenous fauna such as, but not limited to, long-tailed bats and lizards. That has been proposed to be, or recommended to be included in response to a DOC submission on Plan Change 9. And finally, I note that Ms Galt, in her evidence and reply for Hamilton City Council, also does not support Ms Sycamore's proposed changes. I agree with Ms Galt's evidence in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Enger.
Thank you. I've got a few questions, but just on that last one. So, I mean, if on any significant development and which required an assessment of effects, I mean, if that assessment of effects came up with a result that ticked one of the boxes in the RPS, which is not unlikely, I mean, that development would then have to mitigate the effects of the development as required in relation to something that was deemed and had the value of an SNA. That's
correct.
what you're
saying? You would assess that through the consent process. And I mean, Amberfield's been referred to a Western decision on a couple of occasions. That's a really good example of how that exact process played out. the areas that end up being protected as bat priority areas through that weren't SNAs, but they were identified and protected through an assessment process that involved ecological assessment, identification, and then conditions that protected those areas in perpetuity. So if the plan was totally deficient, it probably wouldn't have led to that outcome.
Just on the Eurobats guideline, I mean, my first observation on that, it was rather unusual to have reference to a guideline in the context of a policy. But I mean, that nicety apart, I mean, it's not unusual to have reference to guidelines in relation to how you assess effects. And in the case of the bats, we've got guidelines suggested for the biodiversity assessment and also in relation to lighting. I just wonder whether there's a way that those guidelines should be referred to in the right place that you would be comfortable with. In other words, it's not like, you know, compliance with the guideline, and I think you've made the point over the page in relation to well, in relation to the lighting guidelines, we've got the biodiversity ones. We've actually got two competing ones, and you're saying, well, it should be the most recent one, which has been prepared by the Biodiversity Managers Group. And given that that group was working in relation to preparing the MPS, it's pretty likely that if something came into the MPS in due course, it's going to be similar. So that would have a natural flow on. So does it come down to, I guess my question is, does it come down to the way that those guidelines are referred to and in being in the right place, which is probably in the assessment criteria or information requirements?
I think they're certainly in the wrong place. I don't think, explanations are funny things, aren't they? But I don't think an explanation should introduce something that's new and not referenced in the objectives and policies. I guess my understanding and reading of the evidence is that Eurobats has been thoroughly considered and relevant parts have been brought through into the standards, for instance. So it's been used to help to inform the provisions and the general approach. I don't have a good enough understanding, and I'm not a lighting expert, I don't have a good enough understanding of Eurobats to be able to say whether it should go beyond that to start to inform assessments as a guidance document in totality. I understand that some parts of it have been picked out and are incorporated into the plan already, and that may be enough. I guess the other thing is it's an international standard. You know, ultimately, if activities don't comply with this this particular criteria, then I think, in part, there's a certain amount of attractiveness to leaving that to the lighting experts at the time to determine what the appropriate assessment is, having breached that rule. So I'd be a bit reticent to say that it should be put somewhere else for those reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I have some sympathy with that. There's a risk that district plans then just become full of bibliograph material that people of the day seem to think is a good idea. I mean, there is provision, there is a formal provision for incorporation of documents by reference, and that has not been used in this instance. And it had occurred to me as we were talking yesterday as to whether or not that was actually the more appropriate place so it could be properly contested, but that hasn't been proposed. It's just my thinking on that.
No, that's all for me. Thank you, Stringer.
Yeah? You're quite sure? Just second shot.
No, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ringer.
Thank you.
Right, we now move to Anthony, is it Andres or? Thank you.
Stand?
You can do, if you want to sit down, you can stand.
Anthony Andres, I'm a professor of economics at the University of Auckland, so I'm used to standing and giving lectures.
You can do a jig if you like, that would be,
yes. I also own an SNA, private SNA in Hamilton, not far away from here, just across the river.
Right.
I'm going to speak specifically about private SNAs and restoration activities on those SNAs. Most of my written submission is about that subject.
Right.
But I have a grievance to start with. And I know you've heard enough grievances already probably, and you're going to hear a lot more in a matter of weeks. But my grievance is quite short. It relates to the consultation process with private SNA owners pre-notification. We received a letter on the 1st of February 2022, we meaning the private SNA owners. There are about 30 of us, maybe 35, because there are 40, I'm guessing, because we don't have the precise data. Now, of course, there are probably 80 or so. I received a letter from Dr. Davey, the planning executive, saying that they were reviewing the rules. This is in February 2022, and in March and April we will share with you the updated proposed rules for initial feedback. That did not occur. Why not? Why didn't they come and talk to us and say, how are the rules going for you guys? I've had an SNA since the beginning of time almost, when the terms were introduced. I know how the rules work. They didn't come and talk to us and say, how are they going? They didn't do a survey. The Foresight consulting reports, which were also written pre-notification, have a statement about the scope of consultation. And in there, they say they consulted WRC, HCC, Tainui, experts, who remain unnamed, and their own team. Let's repeat that last bit. They consulted themselves. They did not consult the owners. They did not do surveys, focus groups to ask us how the rules were going. Oh no, we were left out. Why? As I say, that's my grievance. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen again, because we'll probably go through these processes over the next few decades. Talk to the stakeholders, the consumers of the rules, for goodness sake. Don't wait until the proposed rules are slapped up on the wall by the authorities that then we have to chase the tail of the tiger, which is what we've been doing. Framing is a classic management technique. Frame them, put up what we want, don't talk to them, and then they can make their submissions. All right, now we'll go on to more constructive
I was going to say gripe over, so on to the substance.
Yes, we're on to the substance.
Right.
Now the substance also, but it relates to the inclusion of people here. My whole submission relates to looking after people. We have my submission, one of the substantive points relates to structures and existing structures on SNAs. I'll tell you this by way of a story. My mother comes to Hamilton in the late 1920s from far north. She's Ngāpuhi, Ngāti Rangi. She has 10 kids on the property over 20 years. She starts restoring the property in the 1940s. She brings Mataranga Māori with her, almost inarticulable knowledge about what to grow, what to plant. We now have a fully restored, restored SNA in a highly built up, densely populated area, just like most of the SNAs in this city. This is important. Highly populated, densely built areas. Now, she instilled Mataranga Māori in her plantings. We've got 75 species now, and I'm hoping to get over 100 over the next few years. I'm one of the few family members left to try to protect her legacy. But we have a problem. 2 years ago, I wanted to put a structure in, a fence, to protect the area. Why? Of course, to protect her legacy and the work that we've done over the last 70 years. But my neighbours are saying burglaries are going up. For goodness sake, can you do something? They're coming through the bush and there's burglary rates, they're going up. I have freedom campers in the summer. Do you get freedom campers in your backyard in the summer? Fireworks parties in November. School kids coming through just about every day from the local high school, which isn't far away. People running their dogs through, and so on. The security of my family, my property, and my neighbours' property is up for grabs. It's a problem. What breaks the back of this is Parks and Recreation, one of my neighbours. They decide to put an open public walkway against my SNA boundary, increasing the threat of public invasion without the need for consent because they said they had an existing track. Now it's a cycleway almost. Crowds can come in right against the SNA that I am charged under the law to look after. Yet I've got to get a consent to put the fence in. I had to pay $15,000 to get that fence in. 4,000 for the fence and 15,000 for the consulting reports to protect the area. Not only my mother's legacy, but also the local community from public invasion. That structure, and the point I'm making, it's not about grievance here, it's water under the bridge. That structure was critical, not only for protecting the biodiversity of the area, but also for people's security, their property, and so on, including the people who come to work on that area for me. They're frightened. They could have been assaulted. Then what? Who would be responsible? Me. All right. On the fencing issue, I pushed back. I'm not getting a consent for this. This isn't fair. Well, I paid 15,000 in the end, so you know the result. The final report, there were several consulting reports you have to get. The conclusion after 40 pages and another 10 pages of appendices. This fence will, and I quote, will have less than minor significance on the what? Not on me, not on my neighbours, on the ecological values of the area. What they don't understand is that Mataranga Māori says, if you know it in relation to flora, that the people matter as much as the stuff they're growing. But it didn't matter. The report, and I had a debate with the consultants, please put in all that stuff about public invasion. Oh, no, that's not in the rules. It doesn't matter. I made this point to the council planners. Oh, no. Your public invasion problem, your personal security, that's got nothing to do with the rules. The little Mahoe seedling on the fence line was more important than my family's security. That was mentioned in the report, the Mahoe seedlings. Not my personal security, my family's security, my neighbours, with burglary rates going up. Burglary rates, I said, why don't you mention that? Oh, no, that's not part of the rules. The rules are the rules. Sure they are. Sure they are. Let's see if the rules are the rules. Putting a new fence in, right? Get a solicitor. He goes through the rules. He says, oh, you've got an existing fence. You don't need a consent, you've got the existing structure. I said, yeah, we have, but that was built before my mother arrived. That was 1920s. The land was taken off local Maori and subdivided. Fences were put in. All the posts were there. The barbed wire's on the ground, rusting, and I cut some of it up because it was dangerous. So we bring the planners back in for another site visit. Must have had 4 or 5 because I was pushing back. And that would have cost thousands in management time on top of the direct cost. And what do they say? Oh, no. That fence you've got is not in use. Not in use. Wow, how cute. How cynical. They had an opportunity then to show goodwill, because common sense would tell you that fence would have less than minor significance on the ecology. A few plants would get trampled on. A few Mahoe seedlings. No, that fence is not in use. You've got to look in the rules, section 20. Not in use doesn't appear for existing structures. They made that one up on the run. What do you do then? What does your solicitor tell you to do? Well, you've got to test this in court. The meaning of existing structures. This isn't on. There was an existing structure. The posts were there. I had to take them out in the end. And the wire. No, it wasn't in use. Well, of course it wasn't. I was trying to replace the thing for our protection. All right, fine. No, I'm not going to court. That's more cost. Let's see if the council's got a way of getting through this with some sort of dispute resolution process. Yeah, let's see. My submission makes great play of the need for a dispute resolution process to be built in for restorers in relation to section 20. Why? Well, I go through the so-called resolution process. Who do you talk to? Oh, you go to talk to the duty planner. The duty planner. All right. So the duty planner's part of the planning team. What do the teams do? What do teams do? They groupthink and they close ranks. And they especially close ranks if they know that you, figuratively speaking, have a solicitor on your shoulder. Now, I got pushback from the council people, I've forgotten who it was, on my suggestion of a genuine dispute resolution process, because the rules aren't the rules. They have to be interpreted all the time. It doesn't matter how fine-grained they are. And so they push back and they say, oh, no, we've really got kind of, in their response to my submission, a dispute resolution process. No, you don't have. 101 dispute resolution. You've got to have independence. There is no independent person. It's another planner. So I make a suggestion for a structure of dispute resolution to be built in for restorers, not for builders and developers, so they can go to their courts. But for genuine restorers, we've got to have a process. Please. It's not a genuine dispute resolution process. There's no independence in here. Now, why? I'm going to add even more whys to this. The more fine-grained the rules are becoming under Section 20, the more top-down micromanagement that is implied by it, the more the chance the rules will be debated, interpreted in different ways. And we know now we've doubled the number of private stakeholders. You're going to have trouble. Especially restorers are going to have trouble. At the moment, Section 20 is becoming a planner's nirvana and a restorer's nightmare. You need dispute resolution. One size doesn't fit all. Planners love it when they think they've got one size for all, and I was treated that way in the debates that went on for about 8 months as to whether I had to pay a consent for the fence. If you're not convinced, try this. Planners come on many site visit and they see my bird feeders. Oh, they're a new structure, aren't they? Oh, you'll need consent for that. I said, oh, you've got to be joking, that's another 10,000. Oh, where'd that boardwalk come from over the wet area? Oh, that's another new structure, you'll need another consent for that. Spare me. They felt sorry for me at that stage, and I had a few phone calls all over the phone, and want to write this down. One said, look, we'll look the other way on this occasion. Felt sorry for me on the basis of those other structures. We'll look the other way on this occasion. Am I comforted? Don't think I need to answer that. Another said, look, I tell you what, why don't we all agree and think about that those structures, which require a consent because they're new structures, why don't we all agree that they were there before your area was classified SNA? How about that? I said, why? I thought, well, my SNA came right at the beginning. That would be lying. I'm a Catholic. I'd have to go to confession. God, I've been to one of those for a long time.
I don't want to crimp your style, but you do have time limits on this. So
I'm just about done. I'm on my last substantive point. Thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Now, I've referred to the issues and themes report of the council people and page 33, the latest one, the March, page 33. They say, what we want is key stakeholders and private SNAs should be encouraged and facilitated to undertake restoration activities on SNAs. A classic motherhood and apple pie statement. Show me manifestations of facilitation and encouragement in rule boxes in the rule section 20 on restoration. Where are the practical manifestations of that? I made a submission, and my last major point in the submission offered a practical example of where you could encourage and facilitate. You could remove the current punishment on private SNA owners that exists. What is that punishment? By way of example, my property is rather large. Most private SNAs are relatively large compared to standard suburban plots. And when it's relatively large, you find out, just compare it with a place down the street that doesn't have an SNA on it. Mine has 66% SNA almost. Property down the street, similar size, similar house, same land area. Every 3 years, rating valuations are assessed by a particular metric, which I've studied closely. The rating valuation metric does not take account of SNA status. There are 3 pillars to the metric, and I'll only mention one because I've run out of time. The one that's critical to SNAs, but the others are relevant as well. In the rating valuation metric, the key thing is development potential. Rating values are dependent on development potential. The house down the street, you can build 12 townhouses on it. Rated the same way as me and valued as a cricket school like my place. Yet, my place, I could build 12 townhouses too, you get better views. But the problem is, I've got SNA on it. I can't actually build those 12 townhouses, wouldn't want to. I want to protect my mother's legacy in perpetuity. But you see the problem. The rating valuation metric does not take account of SNA status. Why not? have a chat with some of the consultants, because I looked at the formula. You can see it's clearly biased. Consultants are, I'm dramatising, what's an SNA? What's going on? All right, the planners, they're human. They say, look, we see this as terribly unfair on SNAs. It could be an encouragement if we could take that punishment off them, because their rating valuations would go down and their quarterly rates wouldn't be so grand, and then they would be able to put more into restoration. Well, one of them said, look, go to that silo over there in the bureaucracy and the council and talk to them, persuade them, because we know it's unfair. Another said, look, take your case to the rates tribunal. Take a solicitor, pay up your 10,000, and then you'll get, if you get a result in favour, you'll then be able to build in, force the council to build into the rating valuation metric allowance for SNA status. Interesting suggestions, but I don't hate myself enough to continue to have to beat my head against the bureaucratic wall that I came up against trying to get that fence. It's a matter of discussion in the council bureaucracy. Get this fixed if you're genuine about facilitating and encouraging. Now, I know the RMA doesn't allow for compensation for lands classified as SNA. I know that. The council proudly puts that on their website and pats us on the head and said, well, there, go and do the great thing for future generations. But this isn't asking for compensation. I'm saying remove an existing punishment. It has financial implications, but it's not the same thing as saying I want cash as compensation for my land being classified as SNA. What would my mother think about all this, to conclude? Well, by way of a story. She used to bring all kinds of nice stuff out of the bush for us to eat and consume. Kakatea berries on top of cupcakes, they're delicious. But she particularly liked poro poro, and we love poro poro. You don't see a lot of them in the public domain because the green berries are very, very poisonous. And we're not allowed to touch them. There's still some left there, and they keep coming up. It's great. But when they're ripe, they're delicious. And we would have them with ice cream when the family could afford it. She'd bring them in, we were allowed to eat them. And she would tell us a lot about all these plants. Of course, the poro poro was also used as the Maori contraceptive. And we always called Mum stuff, hocus pocus. Oh, hocus pocus, Mum. We're ashamed of that now, actually. But no, we corrected things. But one of the girls piped up, because there were 10 of us, one day, all reading ice cream and poro poro, and she said, hey, Mum, this hocus pocus of yours, I mean, really? It can't work, this contraceptive. Look at all of us lot. But what did she say? That's my point. What did she say to us? In response, we made fun. Nothing. She was silent. She carried on with her work. I felt the same way when I had to deal with the planners. I was speechless. That they took no account, not only of her legacy or the history of the area or the context. The rules are the rules. No account of the community around me was screaming at me to say, do something. I was treated like an ecological vandal from day one. Truly. And that's far from the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Andres. Hang on, there may be a question.
I have one if I could. Professor, just help me. You started on the issue of the rules and the rules changing. It's nice to meet someone who's had an existing SNA. So just walk me through what you feel are the changes in the rules that are being suggested under Plan Change 9.
Plan Change 9 has taken heed of my plea to exempt fencing and other structures that are actually there to protect.
Right.
Mostly.
So they are positive changes.
They're positive changes. They've kicked against my rates point. They've kicked against the idea of a process for a dispute resolution. And I've suggested a very simple way you could do it with some independence. But I am happy that they have suggested that we can relax the SNA consent rules. Just on that subject, I'd like to take you more time, but how would you like to be my neighbours? Because the Fencing Act kicks in after you've finished with the district plan requirements for consent. Yeah. Of course, the neighbours have got to pay half, including the consent costs. Now, I of course, wouldn't let that happen. I don't want to disturb my community. and want to fall out. The community matters. They all come in and help. They're volunteers, sometimes on weekends. How could you possibly impose that on them? The council bureaucracy planners applied a one-size-fits-all policy here. They need educating to understand and be sensitive about context. It's not hard. So I am happy that they have moved on that. But you know, if they'd have talked to me and others who've had this experience or similar experiences prior to notification, that could have been put in earlier. It doesn't make sense. You've got to pay to protect.
Thank you, Professor. I might redirect your energy to the Reserve Bank at some point, yes.
Be careful, yeah.
Right. Okay. Right, next up, Mactan Property, Nancy, is it Kager? Kager? Kager. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, good morning. I don't envy you your job, having to listen to all of us, from wonderful submissions like Professor here, and to boring ones like mine.
We make no comment on different ways and styles. So you're going to talk to us about 558 Tauhara
Yes,
Drive.
correct, that's right, yes. So in the Council's master set list of proposed SNA that extends over my property, Council, it makes the following observation that the gully is located on the eastern side of Puketi Bridge on the downstream end of Kirikiriroa stream. The stream is actually quite far away. The vegetation type supposedly includes mahoe, pate, mixed planting, and goodness knows what else, kaikatia, cabbage tree, totara, and so on. So the picture I'm showing you here is the small area at the top or at the jutting end of my property that is now supposedly considered as SNA. This area is covered with weeds. The jasmine particularly suffocates everything in its path. No matter how much you clear, it comes back again. No known flora seems to exist on this area whatsoever. Okay, the bank is very, very steep. It literally falls straight down, as you can see from the other side. I cannot take a photo from the other side looking at my section, but this is from my section looking across to the other side. So it's very steep. It's a health and safety issue. I cannot afford to risk putting somebody working on that site and have them slip down into the bank. Mainly, the property has been tenanted over the past 20 years, and the Residential Tenancy Act is very particular about what tenants can and can't do, so I cannot expect anyone to be maintaining that site. So even when I send contractors in to do some work there, it's just a temporary measure and then it just gets grown again. The council has set a very low bar as to what could be considered as an SNA. It just has to meet one of 11 criteria, as you've heard ad nauseum over the last couple of days. And as the professor has said, there has been no engagement with landowners as to what, how this process should work. I do not know what threatened species exist on this particular area. Maybe down in the gully there might be eels and skinks, but it's too far down for me to see. There has been no transparency and there's no plan as to how the reserves is managed because nothing has been done to maintain the gully down below. This is, I think, this is, let me just put my glasses on. Not yet, not this one. Okay, this is, again, this is what I can see trying to look down. There's water now because of all the rain that we've got. And there's really nothing down in the gully. That I've never seen anyone come and work on that gully whatsoever. The clauses 3, 4, and 11 talks about indigenous vegetations, habitats for indigenous faunas, you know, things that are endemic to the Waikato region, habitat ecology, all these nice sounding words, but no one has come to say to a landowner, hey, this is what we've got down there, this is what we're trying to protect. There's just been no transparency, no attempt to work with landowners. As you can see here, that's my section. It's got that little tiny bit that pokes out onto the gully, and it looks to me like it's just a desktop exercise. Somebody's drawn a line across where the green line is, and so I've got this tiny bit protruding there that's now considered SNA. It's just as easy for someone to draw a line just the other way, and then I won't be here and you won't be having to listen to me on that. So it's just like, it's illogical, and it's done without proper thinking. Foresight made a site visit in February. They never got back to me with their findings. In April, when I was trying to find out what was happening, I got an email from Emily Buckingham and saying, I'm contacting you to follow up on your submission. The recommendation going to the hearing commission is that it is be kept as is. No engagement, no explanation, no why is it significant or whatsoever. So this is only a very, very small area, and it is just as easy as for somebody to run a pencil line where the red line is and not where the green line is, and that's all I'm asking for the commissioner to consider. So that's as much as I need to say, really. I mean, I oppose the overlay on my property. The gully section is not being maintained. It takes away from any significance from the district, region, or nationally. There's hardly any indigenous fauna there. It's overgrown with weeds. It infiltrates into my property. There's no funding available for landowners to help maintain this SNA, and no one has confirmed to me what is threatened in this area. So the decision I'm seeking is that council redraw that boundary over my property. And that's me, short and sweet.
Thank you.
And,
and very clear.
Yeah, that's very clear, thank you.
thank you.
So, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Jason Oliver? No? Not yet anyway. Roderick Aldridge? No?
Yes.
Sorry? Oh, right. Mr. Aldridge, welcome.
Thank you.
241.
I'm Roderick Aldridge. I've been in Hamilton for over 25 years, and I'm making this submission on my own behalf, not in the organisation.
And this relates to your property at Barry Crescent, does it?
Well, it's
Or not?
really more general.
More general. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, yes, I'm only renting there, not the owner.
Right.
So I stand by the purpose behind my submission, which is to protect the natural environment that we depend on for our future generations. The Hamilton City Council S42A report has refuted most of my suggestions for enabling active protection of the natural environment, mostly on technical grounds, saying that my suggestions go beyond the scope of the Plan Change 9 and similar. Others they've consider unnecessary if their suggested amendments are followed. So, my point is that unless ways are found to actively protect the natural environment, that it won't succeed in protecting it for future generations. It's not just sufficient just to prevent or slow down the degeneration that's happening now. And I think the last two examples submitters show that how difficult it is to achieve this by rules and regulations that don't allow for positive actions. In fact, the rules are worded in a way, or the regulations that go with them, worded in a way that makes it more difficult to do good things than bad development, to my way of thinking. So that's the gist of my suggestion, is that you find a way of making it possible for...
That's no small challenge, is it?
Yes, I know.
Yes.
I mean, natural systems don't comply with legal boundaries or regulations. So, yes, it is... that's why you have to have something flexible in the way things are worded. Otherwise, you'll just be presiding over the demise of the natural environment.
Yes, right. No pressure on us. Yes, right. No, I understand where you're coming from, and I think you indicated earlier, I think you accept that a lot of the things that you've suggested are actually not on our table, that we can't actually do much about it, but I think the general thrust of what you're saying...
Well, I don't think it's... if you... well, it depends how you define the Plan Change 9. The purpose is to enable, I think it's something like enable development and also protect the environment, or words to that effect. And so if you're going to protect the environment, you have to have the Plan Change 9 worded in a way that does it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a task.
Have you got some sort of science background, or is your suggestions based on sort of practicalities?
Well, basically practicality, although I have made a study of ecosystems and ecology, and if you don't work with the natural systems, you just can't achieve a good result for any natural environment.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you for coming today, Mr. Aldridge. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. John Badham? John? And I think we've just been sent through a statement, haven't we? Yeah. Thanks. Welcome, Mr. Badham.
To Murray.
Well, it is actually quite a nice day, yes.
My name is John Badham and I live in Kerikeri, Hamilton. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Resources and Environmental Planning from the University of Waikato. and work with a number of gully restoration volunteer groups in Hamilton. I'm also Vice Chair of the Advisory Committee for the Regional Environment, acronym is ACRE, Waikato Regional Council.
Right.
I support in principle the proposed plan change 9 district plan changes for SNAs. I wish to speak to 2 items of my submission, which are highlighted in red on the attached spreadsheet, which I hope you have available there.
Yep.
The 2 items are my item 2, which relates to proposed changes to policies 20.2.1, B, 4-6, and policy 22.1E, 1-3. They concern the validity of the proposed management hierarchy options of biodiversity and biodiversity offsetting and biodiversity compensation.
Yep.
And the second item is item 6, that relates to policy 20.2.4b, protection of natural streams, springs and seepages in Hamilton gullies. So speaking to my item 2 first, the City Council Section 42A Planning Report on page 48 has an incorrect reference to the point I was making, which it is, I was referring to RMA 1991 Part 2 Clause 52C, whereas the planning report indicates I was referring to the draft National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. So I would just wanted to correct the record on my reference there.
Right, thank you.
In the hierarchy of New Zealand planning documents, the primary legislation takes precedence over a draft National Policy Statement. The Environment Court has also determined avoid, remedy and mitigate in clause 52C is also a hierarchy. First avoid, if not possible, then remedy, finally mitigate. Furthermore, mitigate is a nebulous term not defined in the RMA, and offsetting and compensation not mentioned at all in the legislation. There is also insufficient scientific research to conclude offsetting and/or compensation will work in all circumstances. For example, in relation to the long-tailed bat. This is not just my statement, it's in the Foresight Consulting Report, Section 32A report of the City Council, Appendix 12. As a member of the Rivoli Environment Society, I was involved with the Amberfield Peacocks consent hearing and then the Environment Court case which followed. Whilst there was divergence between the bat experts for the parties on some detail, all experts agreed there is insufficient scientific knowledge on the ecology of the long-tailed bat to be certain of the efficacy of any of the options in RMA Clause 52C. The court agreed. Therefore, the precautionary approach is required, as mentioned in my original submission. I've also given further detail on bats in Hamilton in my submission item 3, if you wish to refer to that as well.
Yep.
So I request the hearing panel reconsider my submission on item 2 in light of these comments. I have a postscript in respect of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. I note there's an apparent inconsistency in the Section 42A Planning Report, namely the difference between the statements on pages 25 and 48. I've attached the text of those 2 statements at the second page of the spreadsheet for you to read later if you wish. I won't take your time up now on that.
Thank you.
Basically, one is saying the National Policy Statement should be considered, and the other one is saying it shouldn't be. It should be only referring to the RMA legislation.
Yeah.
Now, the second one is item 6. That was concerning inappropriate building construction that's happening within existing gullies. The planning report section 42A, page 50, states that my submission is not on PC9. But there have been several instances where inappropriate building construction, such as residential retaining walls, decks and drainage, has occurred within Hamilton Gullies to the detriment of natural water sources and fresh water fauna functioning. Given that these gullies are part of the existing SNAs and the proposed enlarged SNAs, this is very much relevant to the proposed Plan Change 9 SNA changes. Again, I request the hearing panel to reconsider my submission on this point. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to this, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Badham. And so just to be clear, in terms of your submission point 2, you're looking for the deletion of reference to offsetting and so on and so forth.
There's insufficient scientific knowledge to be even certain whether it's even likely to benefit the environment with those two planning options. Mitigation itself is, as I said, nebulous, but terms that are not even defined in the legislation and which have no scientific knowledge to back them up should not be considered in my view.
Right, okay. And on the second point, which is your policy 22.4b, I'm assuming that the reason that you were advised it was out of scope is because no change to that particular policy is being proposed under PC9. Was that the explanation that you got?
Sorry, could you just repeat that reference, please?
I'm saying that I'm assuming that the reason that you were told that that was out of scope, your submission was out of scope on that second item, is because no change is being proposed to that policy through PC9, and therefore it's not available for submission on. Was that the reason? Is that your understanding?
No, this is in respect of item 2 still, is it?
No, it's in respect of your item 6.
Yes, it's relevant to me whether it's being considered for change or not in the draft district plan changes, PC9, because these inappropriate changes that have happened in the past around Hamilton do affect the ecology of gullies, which are the SNAs that we're talking about. So that's the relevance of my connection.
So that's the linkage that you're making for that.
Yeah.
All right.
And I can give you 2 examples there. One is Oderings had a large, what would you say? I'll just forget the term now. They had a large, sorry?
Somebody behind you was suggesting nursery might be the...
Oh, that's correct, sorry. I just couldn't think of the term.
Yep.
Apologies for that.
That's all right. We have people dotted all around the place to help us.
What happened was, my hearing's not too good, so I couldn't hear what...
Yeah.
But what happened there was when Oderings left the site, quitted their business there, the whole area was then put up for residential subdivision. And a number of the sections that were developed within that Oderings site included gully sections, and the developers were permitted to put in retaining walls and drainage and decks and all sorts of other things within the gully itself, the existing SNA, not even the new SNAs that are proposed. Another example is what happened immediately south of St John's Boys College in Hillcrest, where the existing hydrological regime was completely altered by subdivisional development in that gully. So there's 2 examples of where I'm saying that inappropriate development can adversely affect an SNA. I hope that's okay.
Thank you. Yep. Questions?
Yes, just very quickly. Thanks for your submission. On your item 6,
yes,
have you turned your mind to the new suggested rules that would affect those with SNAs? And do you have any comments as to those rules?
Yes, I have. I've considered those proposed rule changes, and I don't think they're sufficient to avoid planning consent being given to development in those areas, because of particularly if biodiversity offsetting and compensation is considered a viable option for approval, that can mean almost anything to anybody really, in terms of it doesn't really have any teeth to it in order to protect the environment. So yes, I considered the points in the draft, but I don't think they're sufficient.
And one further question. In odour rings,
Yes.
the area you spoke about, is it your understanding that the actions or the development within the SNAs was part of the consent that council provided?
Well, they would have had to have a resource consent to build in an SNA, as well as a building consent for the actual structure itself. My background is as a construction project manager, so I have an understanding of those processes as well as ecological considerations. Yep. So
Thank you.
I think that probably the council should not have approved the resource consent for any structures within an existing SNA, even if it was part of a private property development. And that should carry through to the new proposed changes as well, I think.
Thank you.
Vicky? Dave? All right, thank you, Mr. Badham, and thank you for the work that you're doing as a volunteer as well. I mean, that's credible stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Widamu, thank you.
Do you mind I'll just do a brief mihi o ngā.
Thank you.
E karikia.
Yeah.
I te uri o no ngāpui. E mihi atu ki a koe. Me hoki koe ki runga te whenua tēnei whenua ko nei, a reitu rao ko reipai. E whānau mai a reitu rao ko reipai ki te taha te whare wālanga o Waikato ki runga te whenua ko Kārearea. Nō reira nau mai hara mai. Mihi atu ki a koe. Me koe hoki i te tiamana, me te komiti whakahaere, me tēnei kaupapa, nō reira tēnā koutou. I don't believe in talking down to people, I'm just going to sit down. So, borrow WT's book, The Relation of One. I know time is precious, but I just wanted to help the committee understand some of the cultural matters that I've raised in my submission. As you can probably read, I have had previous experiences as a hearings commissioner myself. I have worked extensively up to 2012 on the City Council's district plan and helped develop some of the overlays. I've been out of the game a bit, so I probably need a bit of a tutorial again. But I wanted to just focus upon several facets of I noticed that it was mentioned the other day, a notable tree becomes more famous as it gets older. What happens if King Charles comes to Kirikiriroa and plants a tree? Does it become notable from that point onwards? Or if we have kaumātua that are still alive with us and they want to plant native trees, and then how does that, from that point onwards, becomes an issue, a matter of notable? So I think those are some of the cultural tikanga that we've always developed as the mana whenua of the city. Is that as we have our kuia kaumātua, we often get them involved in planting rako. And as they pass off, those trees become very important to us, as young as those trees are. So I just wanted to just make that point about what is notable. And for us, I mean, I see trees that my late father, Hari Puke, had planted. And I mean, that's my, even though he has done a lot of amazing things in our city in his time as kaumātua of the city, when I see those trees that he had a hand in, and also other kaumātua there in kuia that have since passed away, that's a heart connection to their families now. So I just wanted to make that particular point. The other one was some of the exotic trees that are on past sites do create significant damage. As the wind starts to blow on some of the defence works. Puketi Pā, for example, which is located at Totara Avenue, there are some gum trees right on the very top of the old pass site, and it's overhanging the riverbank. Every time the wind blows, those trees, it's going to cause damage to the rest of the features of the pass site. So that's one of the reasons why I've pointed that out in my submission, that we do encourage the removal of those exotics, because if they become dangerous to public health and public safety as well. There was a tree that fell down inside Miropiko Pa recently, and it's all about the context of native trees for us. I mean, those pa are a direct birthright connection to those ancestral places of importance. The other questions I'd raised were really around the matter of the legal and legislative requirements of the Heritage New Zealand Act. That there are significant areas sites and areas that we know about that are not in the district plan. But creating overlays from them does become a problem. So some of the problems that we encountered in the district plan at the time was the ranking systems. I mean, the person at the time basically tried to reason that only archaeology can provide how important the site is, which is a complete nonsense. You can't just explain away the history of a site just based on archaeology alone. You've got to have the actual history from the people, from the Uri or descendants who had lived on those past sites. And those descendants are still here, they're still around. And so in terms of the cultural aspects of this, it's really about understanding the history and background to some of the places in the city. Why were these places chosen? What is the meaning behind the place names, particularly in our gully systems here? The guy that was the professor in economic studies at Auckland University spoke before. He spoke to me outside there and told me about a significant flaxes that his late mother collected. And I mean, that comes from what they call Seeley's Gully. But that flax is the direct connection to Waipahihi Pa, which was the old pa that was in that locality. Because that gully was actually burnt off and a lot of those flaxes disappeared, I've actually left my details with him because there's a hapu. We want to replant that harakeke. But for starters, we'd like to have it at our marae, out of Gordon to Netukalui. But see, that's an example that when we have people with eyes on the ground that reveal some of those flora and fauna matters that are equally of interest to us. It's really about reinstating the history of those places and what they mean for the greater public interest of what our city is about. So, look, I haven't really got a lot to add unless you have any further questions to ask of me, and I hope I can be of help to get some confidence around these matters that I'm raising. Kia ora.
Thank you for that. And just a question first of all, which is, are you going to be coming back and presenting when we move into the site-specific stuff later on in the year, or is this your only appearance?
This is my only appearance. I actually wrote this submission rather hurriedly because I'm very busy. I'm one of those typists on my computer.
Busyness isn't an excuse. Yeah, right. Vicky.
Right, well, e te tuatahi me mihi ka tika. Me te rangatira I te uri no Ngāti Wairere, tēnei te reo mihi, e rere atu nei ki a koe. Tēnā koe I tō mihi mai mātou. Aha ko kaore aka pātai, kei te whakamaiahoa mātou ki tau haerenga mai kiko nei ki a kōrero ki a mātou, so tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
So I don't have any questions,
just one final point about, I think someone was going to ask about the yoke. Why is it a symbol of colonisation for us?
Yeah.
I don't mind discussing that reason. I think because most of this land was Raupati land for us, and I don't mind as long as they're in a place where they're not going to cause significant safety issues for people. I largely argue that because right behind Dr. Megan Brooks is my landlord, and she spoke about it on Monday.
Yeah.
And those trees are really dangerous. So I'm really thankful, and I'd like to thank the council and the committee for not including them as part of the notable trees roster. But I wanted to just further add on, in terms of my submission, that we encourage view shafts as well and interpretive panels that explain the lay of that land originally. And we've got quite extensive records in our possession of many of the places around this whole city. So I just wanted to say that point. You have a question?
No.
Okay. All right. Always good to see you.
And no, as well, and as always, thank you for your submission, William. That's excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Kia ora.
Arthur Giffney?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Mr. Giffney.
My name is Arthur Giffney. My residence is in Normandy Avenue, and it has a gully aspect on the western boundary. In the gully, there is a small tributary of the Maungakotukutuku stream. The stream has a small natural catchment, but most of the water comes from stormwater drain off Normandy Ave, which discharges at the boundary of our property. I strongly resent the imposition of the SNA designation on our property because the associated rules are a significant cost to maintaining the property and negatively impose on the lifestyle I enjoyed there for 35 years. Prior to urbanisation, I expect our property was part of a pasture-based farm. There were remnants of post and wire fences in the gully, suggesting to me that the area was once grazed by cattle. When I moved there in 1986, clearly the previous owners showed no interest in the gully environment. The gully vegetation was mostly privet and Tradescantia, with a couple of willow trees and a large eucalyptus, which I cut down because I considered it in danger of falling on the house. The willow trees succumbed to root disease. In their place, I planted native trees given to me by my parents and friends. Excuse me. Around year 2000, I had a major push to clear the remaining weeds, purchased and planted EcoSource natives. Notably, I purchased one Carex plant for $8 and used it to propagate about 120 plants to line both sides of the stream. All of this is very time-consuming and hard physical work. Nowadays, the tree canopy is closed in and there's very little undergrowth apart from the continued intrusions of Tradescantia. Most of my Carex have succumbed to lack of light, and my recent attempts to transplant fern into the stream banks have been of limited success. I regard the gully as an area of our garden where I chose to grow native plants. Just as there is a vegetable garden, an area of fruit trees, extensive lawn, and lots of trees that simply serve to screen out the view of neighbouring houses. It seems to me the councillors had a look at our garden and said, "Thanks very much for restoring the gully. Now we'll wrap it up in rules that prevent you from doing anything else with it." The council hasn't done anything, and it hasn't offered any compensation to deserve the control that it now wants to exert. Nor is the council proposing to spread to other ratepayers the consequences on me of the SNA designation, so the SNA designation is quite unfair. In response to my submission, the planning report states, as SNA status is not dependent upon land ownership, it is recommended that these submissions be rejected. There were a group of us. In response, I point out that the RMA is silent on the issue of land ownership. Therefore, council could have excluded private land if it had wanted to, or the council could have prescribed a practical exclusion zone that provides, for instance, a 30-metre boundary from any dwelling. Council has determined the selection criteria for SNA, and imposition of SNA designation affects relatively small urban properties far more than, for instance, farmland. Therefore, it is entirely relevant for the council to consider the effect of land ownership and the burden council's SNA designation places on landowners. The things I'm most concerned about are the rules effectively preventing me from trimming or removing trees I have grown. There is no buffer zone on our property, just house, lawn, then trees. My trees are now mature and dominate the skyline. Particularly in winter, they cast long shadows that start the house cooling process much earlier than sunset. My wife's vegetable garden is tucked up hard against the trees and suffers terribly from shading. The vegetable garden has been there longer than the trees. The shading accentuates the problem of mould growth in the house and on the wooden decks outside. Lichen readily takes hold on the roof and potentially causes it to rust. Whenever the wind blows, leaf litter constantly rains down on the house. It blocks the roof gutters, causing them to overflow and adding to the dampness surrounding the house. When I planted the carrots in the gully, I had in mind that they would help stabilise the stream banks. But as previously noted, the carrots haven't survived the shading of the mature tree canopy. An obvious solution is to open up the canopy again, but the compliance hurdles now in place have quashed any thought that I might have had to remedy the situation. Designation of the SNA boundary appears to have been a two-dimensional process from an aerial perspective, without considering the ill effects of tall trees in close proximity to houses. Despite central government preaching the need for warm, dry homes, the council is hell-bent on going the other way and condemning homeowners with SNA designation to cold, dark and damp residences. This SNA designation and its associated rules has certainly soured my support of gully restoration. In the past, I've encouraged neighbours and shifted many of my self-seeded plants onto neighbouring properties. I've dealt to seriously bad weed species in the neighbouring properties and trapped possums that regularly stray into our neighbourhood. But following this SNA imposition, I'm embarrassed that any of my neighbours might now see my actions as being to their detriment. In reading other submissions, I learned that many other gully guardians feel similarly hostile to the council's actions. Flood hazard and terrain steepness have long protected the gullies from development. Fragmented land tenure prevents the occurrence of large-scale vegetation clearance. Through 35 years of observation, I draw the conclusion that the extent and quality of vegetation in the gullies is improving with time. The council has not provided any substantive evidence that these gully ecosystems are being desecrated. There is no proven need for the SNA designation. The SNA designation and associated rules are inappropriate for an urban setting. Within the context of a diminishing resource, the need for SNA designation over urban gullies is unsubstantiated. In my 35 years of experience, I don't see any reason for the gully vegetation to now need protection. The rules as proposed are onerous on homeowners, effectively setting up dwellings adjoining gullies as undesirable and unhealthy places to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giffney. So, I mean, would it be too much of a generalisation to say that you're not opposed to the idea of an SNA? You're opposed to the rules that come along with them? So the idea of actually identifying a contiguous vegetation and so on is not what you're opposed to at all. It's just
No, not at all. It's the rules.
Yeah.
If the SNA existed without any rules,
Or with more liberal rules, perhaps, more
without
flexible.
any rules, it
Without
could
any
easily
rules.
sit there
Yeah.
as simply a council statement that it wants to, or that it values these areas and wants residents to value these areas. And it sits there as a possibility for council to exert policy and finance to assist in extending the gully restoration without any rules.
Yeah. Okay, that's clear to me. David?
No questions, thank you.
Yep, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Givney. Now we're going for time. Okay, Mr. Williams, Ian Williams?
Yep.
Oh, you're already anticipating yourself, are you? Gosh, it's a good job I called you in that case. Yeah. Right, welcome,
I
Mr.
got the
Williams.
nod from Steve. So.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's
He's
right.
controlling
He
this.
is.
Right.
So, thanks very much for the opportunity to present to you. Just a bit of background. I grew up in Hamilton, born in Campbell Johnson. I grew up in Melbourne and Jones Crescent. Spent my childhood playing in gullies. Went overseas, came back, and we bought a piece of land in Peacocks Road.
Yeah.
My wife and I are founding members of the Mangakatukutuku Stream Care Group, so we're passionate about our gully, and yet we are private landowners as well.
Yeah.
So we actually support the creation of SNAs within the city. We think that it's a great mechanism whereby the gullies can be protected and enhanced, so we're not in opposition for that. And we've spent the last 20 years actually just doing that. And just in relation to the last person's presentation, we're really worried about this idea of us being penalised for doing what's right. Thinking about fuel for change and friction for change or against change, we think that the rules that exist create a lot of friction and there's not a lot of fuel. So we're not encouraging good behaviour. In our perspective, we own 8 hectares, and I'll show you a bit about that in a minute. But a disproportionate amount of our land has been taken. So there's questions around natural justice, and also the loss of land, which there's no gain. We've lost a lot and gained nothing. In a sense that we've gained a lot in terms of what we've provided for the city and then provided for the residents of the city because we've provided this beautiful area. But there's been no gain. There's sort of natural justice. You're thinking, well, where's the kickback? Not the kickback, but you know what I mean. Where's the quid pro quo on this? Yeah. We feel that people who want to establish SNAs or re-establish their gullies in the future will look at what we've done and go, oh, don't do a Williams. And that's the concern that we've got, because we're thinking, our neighbours have done that actually, so we're just upstream from us is the Peacock farm, and they had the opportunity to do exactly what we've done. Their lawyers and their planners said to them, hey, don't whatever you do that because of the implications further down the route. So that's a negative, that's kind of like a disincentive to change, and that concerns us. Yeah. So what we want to see is the Hamilton City Council set in place incentives for people to do what's right in order for SNAs to be the norm for future development within the city. That's our baseline. And I've got some ideas as to what that might look like. So just look really quickly, this is our property, 440 Peacocks Road. Just to the north of us is where the Whakakoruru Drive is going through. Yeah. But you can see here that we have pretty well, that's our boundary, but all this gully here is now completely restored. This is what it started with when we first came to the place. So basically, privet and blackberry and the like. Over time, we've cut, we've burnt, we've got rid of this stuff. But this is now what it looks like. Just massive. These here we planted these for bats. Gums are great for bats, and so we planted those on purpose to provide bat habitat. This is our latest planting, which we've just done in our driveway. You can't see that, but there's a big, beautiful long-finned eel in here that we call Eric. probably female, but we call her Eric. But this is, so you know, there's a great quote, and I think it was from one of the movies, might be Wayne's World. This is, you know, build it and they will come. We've found with gullies, you plant them and they come. We've got banded cockapoo, giant cockapoo, tuna, long-finned and short-finned. We've got, you know, coda, all have come back as a result of planting the gullies and looking after it. We have tui, we have bellbirds, we have piwaka waka, we've got kereru, not kereru, falcons, all in the gully now. And that's, and ruru, I mean lots of ruru. And that's all as a result of planting. So we're passionate about this. From a justice perspective, we've got a disproportionate amount of SNA. This is all SNA here. There's the stream, there's our boundary, and it's kind of like we just seem to, we've ended up with a lot more than what others have ended up with. But you know, actually you haven't taken enough, by the way. There should probably be an SNA in there as well. Okay, so
you're offering that, are you?
Yeah, well, I tell you what, will you buy our land and put it into a parcel? We'll give it to you. The concern that we've got is that, and it's to do with what we've just heard, as private landowners, losing control can be okay as long as there's some benefit. We've got this cost, but I can't see any benefit. We'll be required to maintain the SNA at our own expense, so that's what the rules say, so fencing and weeding and that sort of stuff, but where's the benefit for us as private landowners? And just by the way, this SNA that we've created or that we've enhanced has been at our own expense, and we're not asking. We would have done this even if there had been no cost, because we believe in what we're doing, right? So there's no, you know, we would have done it anyway. But we're just thinking about in future, people aren't as altruistic as what my wife and I are, and there's some hard-nosed developers that are developing land around us, and they'll be pushing against any extra cost because they're trying to make as much money as possible. So we've got to think, well, how do we incentivise them, or how do we prevent them from abusing the gully going forward? So how do they do, because whoever develops our land, they've already got this 20-year-old kakatea in the gully. And so how do we create an environment whereby they will do what we have done, but do it now for 20 years' time? That's kind of the thought. So what we propose is just a thought. Landowners should have, if you're going to set an SNA in place, there should be some help or some form of fuel for landowners to make the changes that need to be changed. So whether the council pays for that, and it should be a rate pay, like the whole of our community get benefit from any SNA that's created. We know that. There's a lot of research to show that things like mental health and all those kind of things, as well as our ecological values, certainly are improved by the creation of these. So we think, okay, so if this is a burden, if there's a benefit to the whole community, surely there should be a cost to the whole community. So, you know, whether the council through rates pays for land and trees, pays for the plants and the fences and labour to do the maintenance, that's a thought. If that's not going to be the case, is there some kind of rate relief which can be projected forward to compensate for the loss of land and the costs involved with that? You know, what is it? Because all the ratepayers benefit. It's not just the individual landowner, it's all of us benefit for that. So what kind of rate relief can we have to compensate for the loss of land and the cost of establishing that SNA? That's another option. You know, and I know this isn't number 3 there. I don't know how that works. I'm not a lawyer, but you know, if Public Works Act, if you want to build a road, you just take the land. Oh, sorry, you don't just take the land, but you know what I mean. But at the end of the day, you can do that. Legally, you can just take the land and pay compensation, just compensation. If there's benefit to the whole of community with the establishment of SNAs, is there a vehicle by where that could happen at an individual landowner basis? I don't know. And then I just think whatever's fair and just. We need to do whatever's fair and just to get Hamilton 30% forested. Wouldn't that be amazing? You know, and that's kind of where that's what our dream would be. But at the same time, we have to deal with this fuel and friction kind of idea. So that's my presentation. Yeah.
That's great. Thanks, Ms. Williams. I don't know if there's any. No
other questions?
No. I mean,
cool.
Hey.
So we're on board with what we're trying to do. It's just that we've got to work out what's fair and just. And at the moment, it doesn't seem that fair and just to us.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, we'll be looking to you, Ewan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, cool, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Williams, thank you. I think we've probably got time for one more before we break for lunch. Is Roger Williamson? Yep, is here.
Good morning, my name is Roger Williamson.
Three.
Mine's a fairly simple presentation, which I've just written out, if you like.
Right.
No fancy business. And I'll read it to you and
Thank you.
add, if you put.
Yes.
I strongly oppose the Hamilton City Council's desire to annex the lower portion of my property at 7 Opal Place, Chartwell, via the planning provisions amended by Plan Change 9 of the District Plan, Chapter 20, Significant Natural Area, in Appendix 9. The desktop survey of 7 Opal Place, Hamilton, on what the Hamilton City Council has based its stance relies on an evaluation of an aerial map. That map misrepresents what is physically on my property. The lower part in question is covered with exotic grass and agapanthus. A very large blue gum tree along with a slightly smaller fir tree grow at 9 Opal Place, overhanging my boundary fence. Similarly, on the opposite boundary, a fence line is overhung by a cherry blossom and yuccas grown at 5 Opal Place. It's all borrowed canopy. A site visit was made to 7 Opal Place, Chartwell on Tuesday, 29th of November 2022 by 2 representatives from 4 sites consulting Tauranga. They took pictures and confirmed to me that no indigenous flora or fauna were present on my property, hence no SNA. The drainage strip, this is at my lower south boundary. A drainage strip begins at Bankwood Road, Chartwell, with a grassed area some 15 metres wide. At my lower boundary, that is some 12 metres wide and ripe for restoration. That strip from below 5 Opal Place, Chartwell, and heading into the gully was for the last 25 years carpeted in convolvulus, blackberry vines, some 1.5 metres in height, interspersed with pussy willow trees and fallen tree trunks. The drainage strip's appearance has not been improved in more recent times by that vegetation having been crushed by an excavator so as to provide access to pipe drainage system for a multi-unit housing development at 21 College Street, Chartwell. 7 Opal Place, Chartwell has no significant natural area. There is no indigenous flora or fauna present, does not provide any indigenous habitat or flight path. From Bankwood Road, Chartwell, heading westward into the drainage strip, which forms the base of the gully, the south side properties at number 10 and 23 College Street, Chartwell, are fenced off at their boundaries within the gully. On the north side, 73 Bankwood Road, 5 Opal Place, and my own property, 7 Opal Place, Chartwell, are similarly fenced off at their boundaries within the gully. The north side properties, including 7 Opal Place, have all been fenced off at their boundaries with the drainage strip since the dwellings were built in 1978. The properties at 9, 11 and 13 Opal Place have never been fenced off at their boundaries within the gully. A very steep bank of some 8 metres in height runs through those properties, preventing access to their lower areas within the gully. Those properties would each have 25 to 30% of land which could not be used due to that bank. Back to Bankwood Road, Chartwell, and again heading westward into the gully. Something flying into the drainage strip would have to navigate along the fence lines and boundaries of 73 Banquet Road, 5 Oval Place until it approached my property, at which point it would have to make a sharp right turn up the fence line and boundary between 5 and 7 Opal Place to then overfly the lower portion of my property. 7 Opal Place, Chartwell, has no significant natural area. My immediate neighbours and their properties at 10 and 23 College Street, 73 Banquet Road and 5 Oval Place have the same contour and vegetation cover as 7 Opal Place, Chartwell, yet have been surveyed as not containing any significant natural areas. I request that 7 Opal Place, Chartwell, Hamilton have any possible SNA covenant removed, the planning maps and lists and Schedule 9C SNA and Volume 12, Appendix 9 be amended to show that 7 Opal Place, Chartwell has no SNA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Just looking at the city plan here, can you just remind me which SNA number which is yours? I think it's, no, I don't have it. Do you know which one?
No, I haven't got it
Okay,
down.
all right, I can't see it on the...
I've only got the, no, it doesn't
That's all
say
right,
in one
that's all right, we can establish that.
Commissioner, just while you're working through that, can I just also assist the panel? This is one of the mapping areas which is recommended to be removed.
Yes, that's
so,
what I wondered.
Wonder if we can...
It seemed fairly evident.
Yeah, and so this is in the... I opened on the space and it's in the evidence of Mr. Dean, which shows the entire sort of extent of upper reach of that SNA being removed.
That's good.
So maybe I could just show that to Mr.
Yes,
Williamson.
yes, that would be
Thank
helpful.
you.
So it sounds like your wishes have come true.
That's great.
Yes.
Not just getting rid of it off your property.
I was going to say, really obvious, isn't it? It's just... It's like so much of a dead end.
Because like, so we're quite happy to develop along here, you know, improve it.
Okay, so
Make it my role.
comes back
Right.
Can I get a copy of that? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Right, well, thank you for coming
Well, thank
in.
you for your
and no, one happy customer. That's a good score for 4 days. Right, we're having one more before we break for lunch, and that is Helen Nielsen. Helen David? Yeah. Oh, right. You don't look like Helen.
No. Well, usually not on a good day.
Right.
Depends what you have to put up with on a bad day.
No, yes, we're indulging you, so I hope you're not going to take us through all of this.
No, but it's pretty. Mine's a relatively simple submission, typically. So our section is a Z section, which comprises the top portion of the land, which has got the house on it.
Yeah.
And that's shown in document 1. We've then got the embankment, which comes down the slope, and then we've got the area, which is a 30, which we call the gentle slope, which goes down the river.
Right.
So the position is that I've planted all the native trees on that property, which consists of, in terms of trees, Kaikatea, Remu, Rawera, and Kowhai. In addition, I've planted on the Z quite a bit of shrubs and flaxes, all for the birds and bits and pieces. What we're saying to you is that the majority of the trees on our property are what is called common or black alder. And what they are described by New Zealand Land Care Trust is a weed, invasive weed. And my understanding, which is well before I prepared for the submission, was that the trees were planted across the Waikato River to provide wood for the steamboats to go up and down. And in fact, it was interesting to see that Land Care Trust said the same. Land Care Trust, which is not a document I could find in the council's bits and pieces, has pros and cons on common or black alder. Nothing pleasant to say about it. I think one of them described additionally as a weed. It's not indigenous, it's exotic. So over the years we've employed an arborist who's maintained our trees. No surprise with that. About 80% of the trees are the common black alder. The only fauna I have is birds, rabbits, rats, possums. I forgot to mention field mice, but that's all right, apologies for that. So there is very little control from the City Council on any of that. Yes. Best of luck we have is when the river comes up quite high and floods the land and deals with the burrows for the rabbits. Other side of our land is the Waikato River, is the Esplanade Reserve and the Waikato River. Again, there's nothing significant in trees in that. Eucalyptus and effectively common black adders. Within the area we have wandering dew and privet, which typically we have to spray out or cut, no problem with that. So I think in our case we don't deserve the SNA, and there don't appear to be any trees of ecological or native significance to justify it. We require it be deleted. Now I've provided photos which are self-explanatory. Document 1 is the map provided by the City Council. Document 2 and 3 show you what I call the top of the Z, the top of the section. Document 4 is part of the embankment, 5 is part of the embankment, 6 is part of the embankment, ferns and bits and pieces which have grown. 7 and 8 again on the embankment. 7 starts to comprise a bit of the fruit trees which has been taken out by Foremost. That's another pest. People come and pick our fruit, but I'm not complaining about that. So you'll see what I'm saying about the documents 8, 9 and 10, how the trees don't have any tops, and that's a problem with the common black order that get blown off, and that's shown in document 13 and 14, and that's in document 13 it shows you the top blown off, and that's what we usually see on the bottom, you know, the blow here, and essentially. We've had a couple of trees blown over. We usually get them, get our arborist and he cuts them down. And it's the same with actually on the council reserve. Our arborist usually goes over the council and chainsaws the trees down in the main to keep it tidy. Document 15 is the Land Care Trust report, which talks about the common black order, which is no surprise to, I think, to the majority of you. And then our arborist report in document 16, which confirms the variety, or the tree plant variety, and says there's no significance. So, point is, we actually have exotic in the main trees, not indigenous, so there's nothing in the SNA really to protect, besides 8 trees. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Very useful, thank you for that. Just any questions on that? No?
Mr. Wilson?
I've got a reputation for leaving my questions very late, clearly. No immediate, obviously will we be seeing you later on over the archaeological?
Yes, that's on the second issue.
Right, okay.
I'm sure.
Because that...
Yep.
No, thank you.
No, that's very clear.
Thank you for indulging
Thank
me
you.
before your
Thank you.
lunchtime, much appreciated.
That's right, thank you very much. Right, we will now take lunch. So, a full lunch or a part lunch? What's your... Mr. Mondowner, you can determine.
We're looking hungry, am
Well, you look like you might need something to eat. Yes, I said.
Well,
yeah.
We're
going well.
We look like we're going pretty well.
Yeah.
I guess there is a couple of questions. Firstly, in terms of how you want to deal with the any Section 42A response to the submissions heard. Speaking with the 42A team, I think there would be certainly benefit to them if you at least were able to have an exchange with them and identify what you consider to be critical questions that you wanted them to be addressing. So there could be some value in spending time between the panel and the 42A dealing with that.
Yes.
And then the other issue for this afternoon is that I would like to recall Dr. Mueller to address you on a methodology issue which I think is starting to emerge as quite important, and it relates to the corridor C SNAs and some of the submissions heard yesterday and today that were addressing this question of what is the level of evidence required to prove out significance And there were submissions yesterday suggesting that at least on private land there is a higher standard to be proven. That's a legal question which I'll address you on separately. But I think you need, I believe there is value to you in having some more information from Dr. Mueller on the methodology and the approach, because if the proposition is that in order to justify an SNA, you need to prove at some sort of site-by-site or mesh block of 100 metres or 10 metres or whatever, the existence of a threatened species or or some sort of fauna or flora that warrants protection, we have a problem here, because that is not the methodology. There are assessments made, and then there is judgments made about the nature of the environment, and you bring some reasonable assumptions to bear in reaching your conclusions. And I think it would be valuable for the panel to actually hear and step through that with Dr. Mueller. So I'd like to recall it for that purpose. And today seems like the right time to do it, because we've got to
Absolutely, and we are going to have time for that, so that's not really an issue. And yes, no, that would be welcome. And I mean, immediately one of the issues that I've had all the way through this, and we saw it in previous hearings on cognate issues, is a question of width. How do you justify the width of corridors? What's the evidential basis for that? So yeah, no, that would be great to hear that. So thank you for that. Okay. And yes, certainly we'll digest some questions over lunch for the 42As. Yeah, great. So let's take an hour in that case, shall we? 1:30. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Anyone else want to bring a chair up? Now, we only have one statement from you. I don't know, you're planning on others talking?
It's essentially just me today, sir.
You can't travel on your own these days. You're so untrustworthy.
Too scared to appear before you on my own, so I have to bring some reinforcements.
You're a very slow learner, aren't you?
I know Commissioner Vicky Morrison-Shaw, I don't think we've met. So I'm Mark Crisp, I'm a planning consultant with Mitchell Daish, assisting Fonterra. We'll just get Suzanne to introduce herself.
Afternoon, Suzanne O'Rourke, National Policy Manager for Fonterra.
Kia ora koutou, ko Dale Arbery Takuangua. I'm former environmental manager at Te Rapa manufacturing site from 2001 to early 2023. Currently project manager for policy and consenting.
Right.
So
away you go.
Okay, thank you, sir. My statement of evidence has obviously been pre-circulated. I don't propose to read that. This is probably a fairly unusually for Fonterra in our hearings, very straightforward matter, I think.
You always say that.
I know. Well, you're ever hopeful.
Yes.
So the primary aspect of the submission was that in the proposed version of PC9, there was a significant natural area called C59, which was identified on the Te Rapa Dairy Factory site. And the background to that is I was heavily involved at the time when in 96 and 97 we went through a big consenting process to expand the processing capacity of the dairy factory from 3 to 9 million litres of milk per day, put in place the grade separated interchange at the entrance, put in place the cogeneration power plant and the tertiary wastewater treatment plant. And a big part, and the latter is really where the rubber hits the road here, because it was a case we worked very closely with the local iwi, and it was when Ngā Manatopu o Kirikiriroa was first established, and it was the first project they really cut their teeth on, and we basically developed this sophisticated wastewater treatment plant, but we also had to address the cultural issues along the way, which was having the wastewater have contact with Papatūānuku before it entered the Waikato River. So the idea was that the wastewater then discharges via a rock outfall into a gully system, which then goes down through a series of weirs to a mixed pond. So this is what's called the Southern Gully, which basically runs north-south, parallel with the river. And then there was the Northern Gully, into which the stormwater was from the site is diverted to. So the stormwater and the wastewater then combine in what's called the mixed pond, down the bottom where the two gullies meet, and then there is a rock outfall that then goes to the Waikato River, again further contact with Papatūānuku on the way past. And this is all in the context of a pass site, which is right alongside and extends north of the Te Rapa Dairy Factory site. So the bottom line is that what happened was that, and the whole site was covered in gorse and blackberry and all sorts of stuff, and mostly exotics, and we just cleared the entire site out and replanted the whole thing with predominantly native vegetation. So we kept a few blackwoods for nursery crops and things like that, so the trees would grow up underneath. And so the whole system was basically developed to be able to deal with wastewater and stormwater. And when you apply the criteria for a significant natural area, using the criteria that I understand the council has through the regional, using the regional policy statement criteria, we fall clearly within one of the exemptions, which is that it does not include areas that have been created and subsequently maintained for or in connection with artificial structures, and that's where we are here. So we had a joint witnessing caucusing state process, and it was agreed that we should then exclude the two gully systems from the SNA. So the balance of it throughout the Te Rapa site, including all of that entire river margin, was planted up as the same project. And there's a big earth bund there as well, which screens the particularly the cogen plant from properties on the other side of the river, that's all planted up. So we said, right, leave that, even though that's all been man-made, if you like. It's certainly, in terms of a significant natural area, it's not a natural area. It's a high-quality planted area. But nevertheless, we're saying we just need to really deal with what's operationally important to Fonterra, because the reality is they need to get in there and do stuff every now and then. So that's been, and it includes getting a digger in there and digging out the mixed pond and things like that, and you need to maintain the vegetation. And so we've got to an agreement, and so hopefully you're minded to accept the agreement that has been reached, particularly between myself and Ms. Emily Buckingham.
And I guess you would confirm. I mean, there is a parenthetical comment in the RPS with respect to artificial structures.
Yes.
Which is, unless they've been created specifically or primarily for the purpose of protecting or enhancing biodiversity.
Yes.
Saying that the ponds and so on were not created with that intent.
No, they were intended to deal with cultural issues. You know, otherwise, if you were just applying the most cost-effective engineering solution, you'd have a subterranean pipe.
And those cultural issues weren't biodiverse issues.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And just finally on that aspect, sir, I've been involved in a number of these processes of a similar nature, where, like for example, in Whangarei district, where there are hundreds of fantastic trees in the city, and they all got established and they're all still there now without the benefit of any regulation. And so it was a sort of small point made in Fonterra's submission, is that I think the committee needs to be careful or mindful of, if you, having recognised that these things can and do happen, you know, people doing the right thing like Fonterra have done extensive planting. If you create a regime that then means that, okay, if you go and do that right thing, you're then going to be scrutinised and have to get resource consents to do anything further in there, then that's creating a big disincentive to go and do that. And the example I often use is like in Auckland, which you're probably more familiar than me, but you know, you would think twice about planting a pohutukawa tree that might eventually block your view of the sea or something like that these days, because as soon as you do that, you're not going to be allowed to touch it. And so it's a bit unfortunate if it becomes counterproductive and sort of shooting yourself in the foot a bit.
We've had chapter and verse on perverse incentives.
Okay, that's fine, I'll leave that. Yep. The final aspect of Fonterra's submission and my evidence that's relevant to today's hearing was the information requirements in relation to historic heritage. And this actually sort of just goes back to, you know, why even is there a need for a resource consent in the district council jurisdiction when you require an authority from Heritage New Zealand as a matter of law. And I've pointed out in my evidence that when I presented evidence on behalf of Fonterra and others, when the first Waikato regional plan was notified under the RMA, and we were potentially looking at a situation there where to do exactly the same activity in terms of affecting an archaeological site, you were going to have to get a resource consent from Regional Council, District Council and Heritage New Zealand. And you've got to ask yourself, what would Waikato Regional Council and what would Hamilton City Council look at in the context of an application in any more detail or with any greater expertise than Heritage New Zealand, who is the expert agency to deal with that. So there's this big double up or potential triple up, and I've set out how that issue was resolved in the regional jurisdiction, but we still have the situation where in the Hamilton City jurisdiction, you have to get a land use consent to do something that you might even already have an authority to do from regional council. So and then you say, well, what's the district council what's the city council going to look at in the context of that application? Yeah. I would say nothing. Yeah. So that's what that bit is about, and that's probably all I need to say, Sue.
Thank you. Just on that last matter.
Sorry, I was just going to say, just to confirm that Mr. Chris has confirmed that he's, I think, in accord with Ms. Buckingham, but that's also the position for the proponent. There is an updated map of the C, I think it's 59. as part of the attachment to Mr. Dean's evidence.
Yeah.
I might just confirm that there's no confusion here and we're in agreement in relation to the new mapping.
Yes, so it's not identifying that areas in between, is it either?
No,
So it's just,
no,
just deleting that bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's fine, thanks, Lachlan.
Yep, okay. I was just going to double check, I don't have my HHA subs in front of me. Where did council get to with respect to this matter of the overlapping jurisdictions?
At this stage, it's not conceding that there's a redundancy.
Right.
I mean, I'll pick that up with my witnesses before we present to you on
next week
on Monday and confirm the position. But that's certainly that's the evidence at the moment.
So to understand, we've got a session later in the year that's going to talk about the archaeological sites.
Specifically, yes.
Because we've got a points of submission on that as well. Yeah, so there's some very similar, unique.
So you're coming back again?
We're coming back again.
Okay.
You'll see me again soon.
Couldn't have a hearing without you.
It's been quite often recently, hasn't it?
Yes. Okay, questions?
So just on the second point, so is this a historic heritage area? It's not.
I mean, there are archaeological sites recorded on the Te Rapa site.
So that will come up.
Yes,
later.
yes,
Will come up.
yes.
Okay.
But it would seem to be that topic of the information requirements was sort of part of this tranche of the hearing.
Yes.
So that's why I sort of had to address
Yeah,
it.
that's
really.
fine. That's fine. We can manage that. Yep. That's it.
That's it. Thanks.
Anything, Vicky? All right. Well done.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Look forward to it.
That's all right.
Right. Next up is Rosemary Vanderpoel. Afternoon.
Afternoon. I'll try and make it brief.
It's all right,
I'm Rosemary, and I'm a private gully owner. So basically, I'm surprised with the SNA and blown away being a landowner. Where I live now, in 11 Belloc Street, I loved the fact that Hamilton had a series of gullies, but there was a lot of rubbish dumps and stuff being dumped all over the place in a number of council-owned gullies, and nothing really has happened with them. In my private gully, I had a wooden Remu garden shed in the gully and a brick barbecue, and I thought, great, I come off a farm, I'm in Hamilton, you know, this is wonderful. I feel like I'm in the backyard in my mum and dad's farm. But it was disappointing. There was a lot of rubbish, overgrown weeds, and I note that Japanese oak trees have taken up a lot of the gully systems, which are really good for firewood. So I purchased the property in 1995. Fast forward 2023. Vandals destroyed my shed. A homeless man left his mess on the property before COVID struck. Young people took their bottles away and found somewhere else to drink when I said it was a private gully. Dog owners looked for somewhere else to unleash their dogs. So to better protect our family and join in, we actually over the years started cleaning up the rumble and the jumble of the backyard and tidied up our neighbours' mess, I might add as well, because her place is like that as well. It was an absolute eyesore. Now we can see if any intruders are coming from the gully, and we even have the occasional cop chasing a suspicious person round our backyard. The police rounded up the suspect, police dogs and all, but they got stuck near the drain, got bogged and needed our help to get out as the rainy season was on, and we've had a lot of rainy seasons. So with my family, we have planted fruit trees and look forward to having some of the produce off the trees. Now, may I just say here, Ruakura in the past did its bit during World War II in the area I come from to help produce food for the war effort. So gully systems can be many things. My son said we need fruit trees, something to eat, which is extra special. The children have utilised their energy into making a nice garden with lovely trees, flowers and a lawn. The backyard is filled with fluttering friends. These are butterflies. And if you look at the United Nations, butterflies are an endangered species. So I've incorporated that as I am an early childhood teacher, and I think it's very important to teach the next generation not only about the bird life, but the insects, the plants, the butterflies. The garden is biodiverse as one does need pollinators to produce fruit, in which turn produces food. Lots of plants, vegetables and herbs are used to bring back the bees as well. The fruit trees and shrubs feed the pollinators as well. Hopefully, I can replace the destroyed shed in the garden. When I spoke to the ecologists that went over the property, they noted the rimu and totara tree that is part of the garden. They're in the gully lawn. But there is no indigenous vegetation or bats on the property. We do have rats from time to time, but I've got my gully cat to take care of that. Now, just in the last 2 years, we have another problem, and that's the pukeko, which I note is part of our emblem. It's destroying a lot of bird life, and there are less fantails and tuis flying around, and there used to be a visiting moko. But due to the pukeko, they have taken over. As their life cycle, they tend to just, the female, she will lay her eggs in a good nest, even if there are eggs already in it. With the wet summer, the breeding population of the pukeko is flourishing. The ground of our sloping gully, we're on a hill, is self-draining with a natural slope to the stream. So to me, it's not a wetland. As the contour plan would show, there are no natural lakes or water bodies and dries out with a good summer. And may I say, we haven't really had a good summer for a while. My submission is mark out the individual items of natural value pertaining to my property, or just scrap it, because I really don't see the point in it. We can, so we can keep on maintaining and weed spraying and mowing down our backyard. Now that council is not replacing the pipes in the gully, do they intend on removing the abandoned asbestos wastewater pipes and manholes, as council is proposing a new wastewater line away from the Ranfurly Gully? So there's a lot of problems here. They realise that they cannot carry on leaving the pipes in that area. It would be appreciated in our backyard not to have any more unwanted guests in the future, as they have been, a problem. I even chased one young male up the road on Verrill Street from my property. He thought, oh, she's a woman, she'll give up, so I chased him. He thought it was his right, yelling all the way, instead of going to the public way, that I can do what I want. It's public. I said, no, it's not. That is the public spot. He went on to another property in Verrill Street, hiding behind a rubbish bin, with the amused tradies saying, I don't think he'll do that again, miss. As landowners, we are one of your best customers, and privacy of all gully owners should be protected at all costs, as we are making a valuable contribution towards global warming worldwide and have been doing this for a long time before council decided to fill in one of their own gullies, 40,000 cubic metres they wanted to do, near the stadium. This was before the stadium was built. Well, a group of women who were earmarked low social economic standing in the 1990s stopped them. This is the history of council, and I just would like council to treat all gully owners with respect, especially the private ones, as I was one of those young women with low social economic standing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderpoel. So do I take it that your overall proposition to us is to have the SNA removed? Is that your overall?
Yes, because I know it's special to my family and I because we've cleaned it up, but so does everybody else, and including the homeless men, the burglars. People think it's part of a public park that is next door to the Ranfurly Gully. And I think there is no sign to say public, private, and it looks more inviting, dare I say, in one young man who'd consumed a bit of alcohol. It looked more intriguing. We've cleaned it up. We got in there, boots and all. And it's like, it's part of our backyard.
I understand that. Yep. Questions?
Just a very quick one. The problems you articulated were happening for how long?
Ever since we've had the property, like I even had a news reporter come and say, oh, there's a man on loose from Henry Bennett. I know you've got a gully down there, can I have a look? Because he thought he was...
So thank you for that. So it's not a function of the SNA that's caused...
No, but what I'm saying is that the SNA can lead to other things,
Right, so you're not concerned about the rules that come with the SNA, or are you?
Well, basically yes, because we're doing clearing, maintaining, looking after.
Thank you for that. So if the rules were more empowering, that you could do those types of trimming and maintenance and maintain your own...
Yes.
Would you still be wanting the SNA status taken off, or would you be comfortable with it?
At this stage, it depends what part they talk about. Like I talk to the ecologists.
Because I know that the SNA currently covers a very large percentage of your land.
Yes, it does. And the ecologist said that the property was wetlands, and I said, I come off a farm, this ain't wet. I said, it's just basically been a wet season.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Vanderpoel. Thank you. There's Raymond Kett. Thank you, Mr. Kett. Right, what do you want to tell us, Mr. Kent?
Oh, I've just come along to make my objection to having the SNA over my property known. I've written in about it, but I can't see the point of it because it's not natural. It's been all altered by man and machines over time. Even the council created new sewer pipes and that through it, so I don't really see the point of it. Putting an SNA over it could be more detriment to me than the positives for the property. There's a waterway at the back. They say it's a stream. It's not a stream. It was man-made. It was dug by me. I'm aware of the background to the property because I've been involved here for 50 years, so I've seen the progression. And like I say, earthworks and all that are totally on my property, and there's nothing natural about any of it. There was a lady who rang me for permission to go onto the property, came from Tauranga, a consultant of some sort, to make a report in relation to this, but I've never been able to get a copy, so I'm not privy to what was in there, but yeah, that's pretty much it. I can't see the need for an SNA over my property.
And we're talking about your place in Jenner. We're talking about your property in Jenner Place,
Yes.
Jennifer Place, is
Yes.
it? Yeah, right.
And I don't know how, well, I guess it's just an overall gully thing that creates the SNA, does it? Because it's part of a gully and there's adjoining properties, of course, but just singling my one out, that's only what I can speak for. I'd say it's all been altered over time.
Right.
Pretty much it.
Just a quick question if I could, Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Kent, I'm going to ask the same question as the submitter before you.
Yes.
Is it the rules that come with the SNA, as in the restrictive nature of what you can do and how you can do it? Or is it that and the SNA over your property that is concerning you?
I'm not 100% sure what the proposed rules are anyway. It's just the fact of the designation. I guess the designation comes with rules, but I can't see what it's all about. I haven't really had the information supplied to me that I've asked for from council, but I somehow get a feeling it was to create a habitat for bats, and I'm not unhappy with them being there, but why does the situation that's there now, not natural, but why can that just be not allowed to continue without a designation put over the top of it? The designation will be part of the LIM, won't it? Land Information Memorandum. And that's kind of what I'm opposed to. I'm already under a gully protection designation plus a flooding designation from what I gather, and these things just keep getting lumped on. And like, I'm not looking at selling or anything, but it could be deemed to be a detriment in that aspect as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Kent. I think that's, again, very clear in terms of what you're asking for.
Thank you.
So thank you for coming today.
What comes of things from here? Do you consider all submissions and then a report comes out?
That's basically what will happen, yes. I mean, our decision will be, well, the hearings, I think as you may be aware, the hearings are being split between now and other matters being heard in November.
Yes.
So our decision on all of these may not come out until after that November hearing, but we haven't yet decided on that.
The meantime, I'm not of essence at all, really. I just
it's outcome, yeah.
Keen to speak to my feelings,
yeah,
and have the fact that I didn't see the need for an SNA over my property. But just while we're here, can I get to access that report made by that consultant at some stage?
Yep, apparently you can. So.
Well, I've asked over the office and just get all sorts of stories.
Yep, I'll make an arrangement.
I'm not quite sure exactly which report he's after, but we'll have a conversation.
Yep.
What might your name be, sir?
Mr. Muldowney, so I can come and talk to you in a second.
Yep. Oh, thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. We can take a short break if you want to go.
Just a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, as I said, the purpose of this recalling this witness is really to address some of the themes that had emerged through the course of the submissions and presentations, and particularly those submitters who were critical of the evaluation methodology and the threshold question of when is an area recognised as having the values and attributes which engage Section 6 in terms of Indigenous biodiversity and the like. So Dr. Mueller has produced some notes which will address that issue and a couple of other points that have been raised over the last couple of days. So I'll just invite Dr. Mueller to read the statement and then just answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a brief comment on the terminology of the SNAs themselves, just based on some of the discussions that have come through the last couple of days. The term significant natural area does not mean an ecosystem needs to be natural to have ecological value. SNAs can also be named, for example, significant ecological area, as they are in other parts of the country, such as Auckland, which may avoid some of those misunderstandings that have arisen over the last couple of days. In terms of the methodology that we've used to identify SNAs and the assumptions that have been made around the meeting of some of the RPS criteria, I acknowledge that assumptions have been made at a site scale with respect to the presence of fauna species based on available ecological information. And by site scale, I mean often the entirety of an SNA as opposed to a particular individual property. As described in the technical report, technical ecological report dated March 2023, a desktop approach was taken to the identification of SNAs across the city, followed by ground truthing of properties where submissions have been made to check that no areas were misidentified, and the criteria that we've used for this assessment is also again contained in the technical report to avoid things such as structures, retaining walls, lawns and so forth that shouldn't be identified as part of SNAs. The approach that we've taken is in line with the standard methodology to identify SNAs across the country. And this methodology that we've used has been independently peer reviewed as we went along. The approach has also been applied across the Waikato region in previous SNA identification processes, so it's a well-tested method that we have applied. There is an element of uniqueness to the CSNA approach that we've taken compared to other SNA identification processes across the country, but this reflects the habitat characteristics, the requirements of the threatened fauna species present, and the gully landforms of linear ecosystems that are present in Hamilton. Requiring individual assessments and reports for each property. This is not standard methodology for SNA identification and would be reductionist, ignoring the wider function of the ecosystem in the process. The reliance on nearby records from ecological databases, if assuming suitable habitat is present, to establish the likely presence of a fauna species, including to determine compliance with the RPS criteria in the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, is common ecological practice. The WRPS criteria include at 3, it is vegetation or habitat that is currently habitat for Indigenous species or associations of Indigenous species that are classed as threatened or at risk, endemic to the Waikato region or at the limit of the natural range. Proving the existence of current habitat use by fauna in an area is a challenge and often requires assumptions to be made. Proving the absence of it is even more difficult. For context, when assessments are made for an individual site for an ecological effects assessment, if fauna surveys do not show the presence of a particular species, but there are records of this species in ecological databases nearby, and the habitat and connectivity suggest that the species could be present, the assumption has to be made that the species could be there. Assuming the opposite goes against best ecological practice. A property scale approach is likely to lead to a death by 1,000 cuts outcome. In Hamilton City, we have a unique situation of threatened species, particularly bats, persisting in an urban environment. Habitat is extremely limited across the city, with most vegetation historically lost to urban development. Because of this context, any future habitat loss needs to be prevented. That means further encroachment onto gullies and other SNA areas need to be avoided. And that exotic and weedy vegetation also has important function in this context. The property scale approach is reductionist as it misses the context and function of the wider ecosystem and is likely to lead to further fragmentation and habitat loss. Taking a landscape scale approach is important to preserve ecological integrity and resilience. Protecting and restoring what habitat is left is critical to sustaining fauna species within the city. And just a minor comment with respect to planting rules and provisions and CSNAs. The intent is to protect values associated with a particular SNA, both FSNA and CSNA. So some activities such as the plantings of non-invasive exotic plants within CSNAs could be considered.
Right, thank you, Dr. Muller. Where do we start?
Just on that, the natural versus the SNA versus SEA. Certainly, being Auckland-based, I certainly get your point there about ecological. I did get back to the criteria and the RPS. And I was just struggling to find anywhere that wouldn't be natural. That was all. I think, or just from your mapping experience, are you aware of the situations where you've taken the mapped area across something that you would say is not natural, but nevertheless it has ecological function because of a bat passing through, for example?
I guess it depends on your definition of natural.
Yes.
I think as part of the discussions over the last couple of days, what came up often was comments along the lines of, well, these trees have been planted in the past. And there certainly is there's a little bit of a grey area where if we're thinking about certain types of plantings, like amenity plantings along state highways, sorts of, they kind of slide into a grey area where their ecological function is probably quite limited. And so whether or not they are natural areas, I think there would have to be some debate around that, how much function they actually fulfill. But just because an area has been planted in the past by man doesn't mean that it can't qualify as a significant natural area. And I think you can probably argue either way that it would in fact be a natural area. I think it gets a little bit too focused on the terminology. I think the focus should be on the function of that area.
Yes, I can see what you're saying. I guess there's been a lot of people in that would say, well, I planted that, so it didn't happen naturally. So it's not natural. I did it.
Yeah. But you are creating an area with high ecological value, potentially. And I think the intent is to protect areas of that ecological value rather than focusing too much on the terminology of what is natural and what isn't.
Right.
Could I just jump on, sorry.
And after you.
I just jump on the back of Commissioner Sargent's question. And I guess where I'm sort of wanting a bit of clarification is, we've had the example of Fonterra that have come along and said, you know, we created this, it's not natural. Why has their site, why has there been agreement that their site, that can be uplifted? What is different about the Fonterra site to some of the individual sites that we've seen today? I'm just not clear on what that distinction is.
It is my understanding that there is a planning technicality related to the function of the stormwater structure that has been put in place that is part of that wetland system. That's the reason that has been removed was not an ecological reason. It was, I think there is some rules and I shouldn't speak to that. I'm not a planner.
But from an ecological perspective,
from an ecological perspective, that was not the reasoning behind removing that area.
It would seem likely that when criteria was created by the regional council, the district councils and the power companies got involved and said, well, hang on a minute, if we're creating this area as a wetland for wastewater treatment, we don't want it to be an SNA at the time.
Just on the back of that, if I could. Doctor, one of the comments you've made as part of the ground truthing on properties where there was a submission. You went back and you removed areas such as lawns. Explain to me again why that was done. Why did you remove a lawn?
Because the intent was to capture any areas that has potential habitat function for...
So lawns don't have...
No, I mean there can be an argument made around edges of vegetation. For example, bats would be using and flying along edges, so there is a bit of a grey area of where does the edge start and where does the lot, you know, so... but aside from that, the intent was not to capture people's gardens, and obviously areas such as open park spaces where there's just rugby grounds and open lawn spaces haven't been captured for the same reason.
Although open farmland was used for bat habitat, so in those situations we would capture it. What's the difference between the ecological...
There was a lot of discussion around this for both PC5 and the Western Lee Emberfield hearing process in terms of whether or not things such as open pasture could potentially classify as a significant ecological or natural area, and whether it meets Section 6C criteria or not. In the end, all of those decisions have arrived at the fact that it isn't just because a bat flies over, but that comes back to habitat function again as well.
Having heard some of the evidence, I'm sure you heard it as well, where the submitters were arguing the perverse outcome, where they have, of their own will and funding, planted trees and gullies that had been poorly maintained, and now they see, as a result of that we are now turning that into an SNA. Do you have a comment on that, or do you feel you would limit your comment only to the fact that, well, it's an ecological environment, we've got to protect it, not how it's come about?
Yeah, probably. I completely understand that we don't want to achieve outcomes where great ecological actions are in some way punished afterwards, but in terms of the ecological argument is reasonably, doesn't normally take that into consideration, and if there is an area that has ecological value, then yes, the intent is to try and protect that.
So could I, to that point, do you believe, are we not doing that? Are we not, by saying to people who say, look, I planted this, I've nurtured this for the last 20 years, now you're slapping an SNA on the work that I've done, and now you're taking my property rights away. Aren't we providing a perverse outcome? Aren't we signalling to people not to look after the sections and try to make them biodiversity activity areas? Isn't that what we're doing?
Well, in a way, protecting it means that it will be protected into the future, if it's protected legally. But I think beyond that, this is probably not really an ecological question.
Can I just come in on that point? Because I mean, I think we're all starting to hone in on some of these issues as we hear the submitters, and I definitely think there's a planning question here that sits in and around the rules, and whether or not so less about the mapping of the ecological area and the values and so on, and more about, okay, once mapped, what are the rules doing to strike the right balance between protecting and enhancing the environment, and also, not creating disincentives and a perverse outcome for those people who have taken very laudable steps.
Yes.
That feels like a planning question, and I think, and I've already had the conversation with the 42A team that I feel as if this is starting to zone in on a critical issue for you. But I know that after this we were going to have a question and answer session with the 42A team to identify the things that were hot issues for you, and I suspect that might be one.
All right, Chair, I've only got one more, maybe two questions if I can. In the handout today, you said there is an element of uniqueness to the CSN approach compared to other SNA identification processes around the country. Could you point to anywhere else in the country, just anywhere else in New Zealand, where this approach and methodology has been used?
I think we had this question yesterday.
Yes, and I don't know if I got an answer.
But
so-
I cannot point you to a specific area where I'm aware that SNAs have been.
So how did you come up with it?
The concept itself of the CSNA, or the
it's
fact
not
that
anywhere
we're...
else in the country, and
Yeah.
if it's not the usual practice when
Yeah.
determining
Yeah.
SNAs,
Yeah.
how did you come up with it?
Yeah. I think it was a combination of the ecological context and then the need to potentially adjust the planning provisions according to whether or not an area was basically, an FSNA is an area that is dominated by indigenous vegetation. It is of probably more obvious value because we can see that it is a little bit of indigenous cover left in an urban environment. Whereas some of the gullies, as you've seen in the presentations and the photos, are of reasonably degraded state in terms of the flora values, but still have high value for fauna across the city. And so there is a distinction between those two, and obviously sometimes they're nestled within each other.
So, thank you for that explanation. Can I point out later on in your submission today, you say requiring individual assessments and reports of each property. This is not a standard methodology for SNA identification.
Yep.
I find that somewhat ironic after you've just pointed out that you've used a method that isn't standard and hasn't been used elsewhere. Can you walk me through why it's okay for you to do it in one area of determination, but you reject the suggestion in another?
You mean why can we stray from the standard methodology in one aspect and why can't we in another? Yeah, that is a really good question. I think in terms of identifying these two separate areas, I think we're not straying very far from the general approach that we take, which is taking a desktop-based study, looking at the ecological information that is available, and then basically mapping anything that we feel meets the criteria of an SEA or SNA, and however we want to call it. I think that is just a small distinction because one is focused on flora and fauna values, and one is focused predominantly on fauna values. Whereas taking the approach of, I guess if we wanted to think about what we'd actually have to do if we were to take a property by property based approach to doing that, that would mean going to every individual property that may or may not be then classified as an SNA, which may be 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 properties, surveying that individual parcel, using all of the survey methodology that we need to collect all the information that we need. And even then, as I was saying, if we had done that, the absence of a bat pass in any particular property does not demonstrate the absence of that species throughout the year. And so I think the cost benefit of doing that methodology, I would struggle to see the value in completing such an exercise.
Thank you. I certainly have some more questions regarding from a planning perspective in regards to the qualifying matters over Section 6 and the fact that although you're articulating it would be costly to do these detailed analysis, I'd like to have a chat about that in the planning area, because what you are doing potentially is eroding a number of individual people's property rights. Right? And so I'm not arguing from an ecological standpoint, but I'm fascinated of the argument of under a planning premise that more broader consideration isn't required.
I think it is important to note, though, that even, obviously, it would be a very lengthy and complicated exercise, but I think in terms of cost-benefit, it also mean that even though we might not find any particular species present, we would still then go back to back to basic principles, assuming that because we have that ecological data available for the wider site, but we still assume that bats might be there, even though we may have not picked them up in that particular survey that we did. So it wasn't so much an economic consideration, and it was more the survey effort versus the fact that because bats have been recorded 200 metres up the gully, we still need to assume, based on the precautionary principle, that they are there.
No, I accept that. Thank you.
I just have a question in relation to the width. So you've told us, that you can't. The absence doesn't mean that they don't use that area. So how wide is wide enough for an SNA, and how's it determined? Like, is it sometimes it seems like the SNA follows the property boundary. Other times it seems to sort of follow the vegetation. There doesn't seem to be sort of a standard width. How are the lines sort of drawn from an ecological perspective, and what is the, the minimum width versus the ideal width, etc.?
Yeah. I think in terms of the mapping exercise and the minimum width, we didn't apply that minimum width to any of the mapping exercises. We generally across the board tried to map any areas that, at least based on the aerial photography that we were to work with, constitutes vegetation that we would like to protect. So we tried to exclude things like orchards and gardens as best to our ability, judging from the aerial photography, not capture lawns, and then map around basically what we assume to be the trunk line of the edge of the vegetation. So that is the general approach that was taken. There was also a little bit of a GIS analysis process that we went through, where there was an absolute minuscule area that may have been mapped on a property that was so small. I think the cutoff was less than 5 square meters, or maybe 1 square meter even, to exclude those properties to avoid that somebody has an SNA overlay on a property that is a square meter that doesn't really meet the, that was done by the Hamilton City GIS team to remove those properties. I'm not sure how many got removed through that, so that might be why sometimes they follow property boundaries. But generally it was based on the vegetation that is present, and some people sort of have done a better job at sticking to the property boundary with their lawns, for example, than others. So that's why there sometimes are some funny shapes.
And then, so in terms of that, obviously the SNA has been drawn for the habitat that you can see or assess, rather than the fact that you've got a study saying that a bat may have, I think we had submitted today that said that, I think it was the ecologist for, what was that site? The Eastern Dawns?
Petersburg Drive?
Andrews, the woman?
Yes. As saying that there had been bats spotted within 200 metres of that particular SNA, and that therefore she considered that meant that it did tick that relevant criterion. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, that's correct. So for bats, it's actually particularly challenging to determine that, because they move a lot, they move often, they have very large home ranges, and they can travel very far in a particular night. We also have recorded in Hamilton bats, for example, by the lake. And now the lake does not have any sort of connectivity in terms of green spaces to the river or wherever else they might come from. So we don't actually really know how they get there, but they definitely fly over built up areas that are just houses. So basically anywhere that contains suitable habitat for them to use to, say, forage or roost, we have to assume that they're there, because they just can hop across to wherever they need to be if they have a reason to be there.
I was going to go in on the question of, I mean, isn't it the case that the corridor SNAs are really bat SNAs? I mean, let's not. I mean, it seems to me one of the confusions that potentially arises by calling it corridor is the assumption that it's more than bats. Now, sure, the corridors will be used by other fauna, but at the end of the day, this is all about bats, isn't it?
Not necessarily. I think the aquatic species.
If it's not, then we might need to be more specific in terms of defining those corridors that are not just about bats. And again, I'm thinking ahead in terms of provisioning here. I mean, I began to think yesterday when or was it the day before yesterday, I've got no idea what the time is, but there was a graphic that showed SNAs with a corridor SNA on each side of it, supposedly buffering it. And I can't remember where that was. But the thought that I had at that stage is, why would an SNA need a buffer? I mean, the animals will move through the SNA, so the SNA doubles as a corridor in effect. And I began to think, aren't we being a little bit too sophisticated here in terms of what we're doing? And it may well be that the public doesn't actually appreciate what it is that is trying to be achieved by this, because of the labelling and because of the confusion as to what it's all about, and then the confusion of their property rights and so on.
Yeah.
So If we can be more specific as to what the purpose of the corridor is and for whom it is there for, then we might be able to tailor the provisions that we then write, which might enable people to do more than in actual fact they apparently can at the moment. I mean, I just looked at the latest text that we've got here, and I know it's the 42A author's text. But I mean, if you want to plant a flower in your garden in an SNA and it's not for erosion purposes, you're a non-complying activity. And now that just intuitively is a nonsense, surely. And if the corridor is for a bat, the bat won't worry whether you're planting a dahlia or you're planting a rose or whatever. It makes no difference. So just trying to get sufficient specificity about this so that we can actually get tailored provisions.
Yeah, and I think that's related to the last comment that I had in my note before around some of the exotic plantings that probably are appropriate in CSNA as long as they're not invasive species that would spread everywhere. Exotics are sometimes better for bats to be planted, in fact, than indigenous cover. So there's definitely some.
They'll provide variety for food sources and all sorts, particularly.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
I think in terms of the terminology of the corridor SNA and what we're trying to do, I think it is a little bit of a layered, complex matter that is probably quite rightfully confusing to a lot of people. It's probably confusing to us, so I'm sure it must be confusing to others. But it is a little bit of a combination of corridors. Yes, bats are definitely the keystone species that we're trying to protect in the urban environment because that is the threatened species that we have across the city. Most of the gully systems also have streams that are linked to the Waikato River, and they are threatened aquatic species that also are reasonably mobile. And assuming that fish passage isn't impeded downstream, that will be present throughout the entire gully system, including the headwaters that may just receive water every so often. So I think protecting their habitat is important as well. And then really what we try to do is set aside all of the remaining habitat areas that we have for, in fact, both those species, bats and aquatic species, because we've lost so much across the city that every single little bit of gully actually becomes incredibly important to try and prevent them from receding further into, well, hopefully not extinction.
Yeah, I certainly understand the intention. That's not the issue is not the intention as much as it is the implementation of the intention.
Yeah. And in terms of do we need to buffer an SNA and what is a buffer to a buffer and where does the corridor start and the buffer end, I think there actually is no straightforward answer to that question. Obviously we are not in a position where we can establish buffers around an SNA. We want to protect as much habitat as possible, which means that we were drawing the line as closely to the edge of the vegetation as we can, and then on top of that creating a buffer, especially a planted one, obviously is not a reality that can be completed in an urban environment. That's something that can be done for a greenfield development, but not for existing residential use. But at the same time, a buffer can also be things like protecting the downstream environment from stormwater runoff further up the gully head, so that gully head becomes an incredibly important buffer in terms of water quality. So there is a little bit of not a spectrum, but a sort of overlap between what is a buffer, what is a corridor. But in the end, it's basically dark, undeveloped spaces that can be used by all sorts of fauna species to exist and to move around the city if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering whether part of the solution looking forward is in actual fact in the same way that the HHAs, for example, are individually characterised in terms of what's important in these values, whether we think about doing something similar wherever we end up, so that in actual fact, and I don't think it's here. I don't think we've got I don't think you've done an individual spec sheet for each CSNA, for example, within the plan provisions. I don't even know whether we can go there, but I'm just thinking that something like that. So it's clearer what people might be able to do in their particular area rather than the generic one. There is a problem with one size fits all, and that's where we're at the moment with it. So, yeah. All right. It's food for thought. Yeah. Dave, did you have anything else?
Nothing. That's good. No, thank you. That's excellent. Thank you. Probably the only thing to do now is just to have that Q&A, I think, with the 42A team. But even with just the discourse we've had, I'm pretty clear on some of the matters that I think we need to come back to you on.
Yeah.
Just on that last point, you talked about the the tailoring of a set of values that might be attributable to a particular SNA. See, again, that would be relevant. Well, it's relevant in two ways. Firstly, in terms of assessing any consent that's required. But again, that's not much comfort to the landowner who is actually looking for permitted activities.
Yes.
So I think that's where the magic lies in some ways, is to determine what can occur as a right.
Well, there are two ways of doing it, aren't there? You can either specify what you need a consent for, or you can specify what you don't need a consent for.
Yeah.
I don't know which is more pragmatic.
Well, and I think that's a question for the 4218 in terms of costs and benefits. But it seems to me that the real solution to many of the concerns we've heard is determining what can occur as a right, which, you know, what does not require the friction of a resource consent and an engagement with the regulator.
Yeah. Right, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, do we need that conversation with 42As? Given that do you want to, is there anything in particular that you want to interrogate? Thoughts? Sorry about that. We're actually wondering whether we haven't given clear enough signals now that we actually don't need to go any further at this point in time. And I mean, we're asking the same sort of issues really, and I don't know, Emily, whether in actual fact you've got answers now. I'd be very surprised if you had answers now. I think that it needs to be a broad discussion, but I mean, you can see the area, you know, where we're headed in terms of questions on that. And it really does come down to provisions and the flexibility and what can we do to make life easier whilst not giving away the goal. I mean, that's what it comes down to. So, I mean, you might have questions of us, which is fine, but I think we're just going to be repeating what we've just been saying, I think.
Thank you, the Chair. So I just like some clarification on what you would like from me at the end of the hearing. So I am planning on providing an update with any change in position as a result of what I've heard in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
And that will be my updated professional opinion on the provisions. So I also wondered if you had any questions on the report for me now that I can clarify.
Not really. I mean, the report is the report, and that's fine. I mean, I'm assuming, in opening, Downey, you indicated that in actual fact there was very close alignment between 42As and council on this one. We don't necessarily need to continue with the separation of function from that point of view, and you might just consolidate your positions. I mean, that would be the most helpful.
We'll endeavour to do that.
Yeah. So if that can be done, and then you can bring forward some recommendations, then that would be very helpful to us.
Yeah. I mean, in my mind, there's sort of two lines of work. One is like what can be done with the provisions, but I think the other line is, and I hesitate to mix them up because off the back of the mentioning of the Man of War case about like you decide what is an SNA basically on its values. You don't start looking at what the provisions are going to be and say, oh, we'll make it an SNA because they've got all these permitted activities. But necessarily, and pragmatically, I don't think it's quite that clear cut between those two lines. So looking at the other line, which is, and come back to Eco Policy 2, which is about, I'll just read it out, significant indigenous vegetation and the habitats of indigenous fauna shall be protected by ensuring the characteristics that contribute to its significance are not adversely affected to the extent that the significance of the vegetation or habitat is reduced. Now, I mean, when I first read that, it was sort of more applied to resource consents, but it's also, you can read that in terms of like mapping, obviously. And so it does seem to me that from Dr. Mueller's evidence is that probably for the bat, there's been quite a precautionary approach taken to chipping away at the outside. But I think in my mind, having heard quite a few of the submissions, I think there needs to be some that needs to be looked at again as to sort of where things can be missed out. And we've had some questions about the width, but also I think there are some questions about the dendritic ends of some of the valleys as to whether that little headwater, and some people say, well, there's no water running through it anyway, so we can knock out sort of Kokopu. So again, we're back to sort of talking about migratory species like the bat. Where we've taken the dendritic end of that valley right up to the end of the vegetation, is that real in terms of its extent and its significance to the overall body of the SNA that runs up into that valley? I think that's something that needs to be really looked at.
That sounds like a question for an ecologist. I mean, do you want to hear from them again on that? Because that doesn't sound like a planning question. That sounds like what is the appropriate and full extent of the ecological values of this corridor? Do they truly extend to, as you say, its dendritic ends, or is it more about its core and its the main arterial, so to speak? And I don't know the answer to that, but it feels like it's an ecologist question. I mean, what the other point, just if I understand the question, just also to address the way that it was proposed, which was really that there were two things that you were grappling with. One was the rule set and how we deal with land use activities within the SNA. And I think we're pretty clear as a group that there's some thinking to be done about what we can do to accommodate some of the concerns of private landowners in that context. So there's that piece of work to do, and then the other quite separate piece of work to do is, okay, so what should the mapping look like as well? And if the mapping is to be adjusted to address some of the concerns that we've heard over the last 2 days, there is a real question as to where are the limits to the concessions that are to be made here? And what is the proper planning basis for that? Because you could say, well, for the 30 people or the 50 people who have turned up and bothered to turn up and ask for it, we'll give it to them.
A few hundred,
Okay, fine, so that's 30 changes to the mapping. What about the people that also submitted but haven't, for one reason or another, turned up at the hearing? Well, let's give it to them as well to be consistent. Well, then what about the people that haven't submitted but for whatever reason, you know, would be very interested to know that the neighbour that did got the relief but they didn't? What do we do about that? Now, you can see how it starts to become, the whole thing starts to unravel here. And one of the exercises that Ms Gold is doing for us, which isn't quite ready, is getting a map, a comparison of what the SNAs look like if you extract all of the private land from the SNAs, to illustrate the difference between the network as a full integrated cohesive corridor of networks, regardless of who owns what, versus what happens if it's just on public land. And I can tell you the very rough mapping that I've just seen for the first time 5 minutes ago shows the integrity of the SNA network being blown apart. So if we're going to get into a solution which involves adjusting the mapping, there are those sorts of quite difficult issues that are engaged here. And so certainly my initial submission to you is that that's not necessarily the answer. I think we've got to look at the rule set. Now you might make some judgments about the mapping, again coming back to the first point about does it really extend, does the value really extend as far up as the maps currently suggest? Again, I think that's an ecological question. It may be that it doesn't, but the evidence so far suggests that it does, but you might want to test that. But aside from that particular adjustment to the mapping, the only other, I think, logical adjustment that you might want to consider is in relation to those private properties where there is a natural open space zone boundary already existing on their property and there is a mapped SNA which doesn't match it. You might want to align the zone boundary with the map boundary. That would make planning sense to me. So there are some adjustments like that you might be interested in.
Sorry, Lachlan, could I add a question? Just in terms of, wouldn't it also be helpful for a map that illustrates SNAs on private land that were in place before Plan Change 9? Because I think that has significant value. What we're hearing is a lot of angst, and rightly so, about this new arbitrary, in their opinion, SNAs. I think you can distinguish between those with existing SNAs versus the new, and that would be a meaningful map. Not just, oh well, we take out all private. What about just take out all new recommended and let's have a look at that map?
I know you can do that online, but because the colours are both green, when you zoom out far enough to see the whole kind of area, it's hard to distinguish whether it's the PC9 or the operative.
And the resolutions are different as well, and you lose it at scale. Yep. Okay, that's interesting as well. We'll certainly chase that down for you.
I mean, it might well be that your revision of the rules, I mean, when a number of submitters who sort of compose the PC9 SNA as a land take, you know, when you move on from that reality, which is not a reality, then you can lay out for them, this is what you can do as a permitted activity. And I sense that probably for most of them, when they actually grapple with that, it enables them to do whatever they want it to do. There might be others that know already that they're likely to get intensification and their property doesn't dive off into a gully somewhere, which would make it pretty impossible anyway. But so that have got a more principled sort of objection to the extension of the SNA. But I think for many of them, what I heard was, I planted this gully and I want to keep it like it is. And so if the rules enable that to happen, then I think there'll be a large degree of satisfaction with it.
Yeah, I think also just picking up on that point, I think coming back out to a sort of a Section 32 cost and benefit sort of analysis, if it's a question of that kind of rules adjustment for permitted activities, if it's a matter of maintaining the mapping but adjusting the rules, or as the alternative is changing the mapping, I would say in terms of the net benefits, the ecological benefits to the city, we're better off to keep the mapping as it is and adjust those rules. I think the cost benefits, I think in terms of Section 6 probably would warrant staying with the mapping.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably, I mean, just intuitively that makes sense to me, except in those mapping areas that we're clearly, for example, there are a few of Dave's dendrites where if you lard on top of those the concerns we've heard, particularly yesterday with respect to noise and with respect to light and so on, there's no way that those dendrites would fall under those parameters such that bats would want to be there. That's what we're told. So again, that is additional argument for removing those particular aspects because they're impractical.
Yes, and I think that's also linked to, is it Eco Policy 2 that Commissioner Sargent you were referring to, and it's the last words of that policy which talks about undermining what is it, to the extent that it reduces the significance.
Yes.
So that seems to be engaging a question of saying, well, okay, so maybe we can lose some bits if ultimately we're still serving that policy and not losing the significance of the corridor or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, the goal is clear.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
I just had one question, Lachlan, and that was, did the SNAs take effect from notification?
They will have, yes. They'll have immediate legal effect because they're engaging in those Section 6 matters. Yeah.
Are the chainsaws out?
Oh, well, it has happened.
I know. Yes. Right. All right. Are we done for the day? No, you've got away almost scot-free. Wow. Yes. Well, you've got some work to do, but that part of it. Sorry? Oh. Yes. Are we any advanced in terms of site visit SNA's options?
No,
we're
not. No, I'm sorry, I haven't advanced that since the discussion this morning.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think about how we do it.
Lachlan, I wrote to, I mentioned to Mark at the beginning of the week, and he was going to put together a list. Oh. Has he got that? You've got it?
I had created a list that had pulled out some examples of gullies. So a SNA with a CSNA combined, a CSNA and another one I haven't got them right to hand.
The other one which popped into mind was order rings, that area that came up in the discussion today of what happened even though there was an SNA and there was development. I thought that would be quite insightful.
How long is your list, by the way?
It's only 3.
Oh, excellent. For the moment, I mean, we're obviously we just want to get a feel at this point in time. There's no way we're going around all the gully systems, even if we could.
It could be fun.
Yeah, it could be, but I might delegate that task to.
So, shall we get this list to you? How do we? What do we need to do?
You've got it. I do have to go and get the kids.
Are you driving?
Okay, you do that.
Only if you send it to okay.
Absolutely okay.
I mean, it strikes me that some of the private property ones, I mean, given that it's often down the back in the gully, hard to get to. But then there's a guy from Auckland University.
Professor.
Is it? Oh, no. Okay.
No, he was Auckland.
Was he Auckland?
Yeah, Auckland University.
I mean, his property is in a gully that there's obviously a public pathway down from, I noticed on the aerial from another place. I mean, I think we can probably do what we need to do without talking about people.
Yeah,
I mean,
was thinking about that Ranfurly Gully example.
Yes.
That's another one that there's public access to, because part of it is public and then it goes up into private, so you could walk to a certain.
And then obviously Mr. Eisenborn's a drive-by Yes. You know, that's easy enough to do, isn't it?
Don't use that expression.
Right.
Yeah.
Of course we get out. Have a look.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you intending to complete the site visits today, are you?
Not tomorrow morning we'll do, no, tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And
Are
we'll
we back on
we'll do
tomorrow?
more next
What are we
week as
doing
well.
tomorrow? Are we convening the hearing at all, or are you
No,
all on site?
no, I'm adjourning now till Monday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we work on it this afternoon, and just in the next hour or so.
Yeah. And get it to you and for
Yeah.
And the
overnight.
navigator, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the driver.
And the driver.
And after my last embarrassing situation where I got stuck in an intersection and couldn't start the car, and Dave had to jump out.
I understand the bus driver. It's all right.
Yeah, no, we got
Oh, this part of the story didn't get told.
Yeah, we've been going all day, and then I stopped at an intersection and just couldn't move.
Oh, really?
Just wouldn't go.
Yes. I'm going to notify the Tramways Union tonight to steer clear of any council vehicle seen tomorrow.
Between the hours of 9 and
In
11.
terms of a vehicle, like a van or something a bit more elevated.
Yeah.
You know, to look
Okay,
out.
well, we better. I'm not. This is beyond my pay grade, but I'll go and find someone who can.
Apparently that would mean we have to rent something.
Oh, was it?
That's what Mark came back with, but we could ask.
Sorry, Dave. But I drove through Garden Place car park. There's umpteen vans and utes and all sorts of things down there. I saw them.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we're into the minutiae now, so I'll close the hearing for the day. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Since all of that was recorded. Yeah, and adjourn till Monday morning, 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Steve, that we're going to find out, back. This room booked, but people
Yeah, they can leave everything.
Yep.